such as clover. They store it in their honey sac, then return to the hive where other worker bees suck it out and chew it, breaking down the nectar's complex sugars into two simple sugars called glucose and fructose.
Oh, excuse me,
The bees
fructose?
then deposit the nectar into the cells of the wax honeycombs they've built. They fan it with their wings until most of the water content evaporates in the warm air of the beehive. What's left is thick and gooey honey. The bees then cap each honey-filled cell with beeswax. That's when the beekeeper steps in. Bees will sting if taken by surprise, so the beekeeper sprays the hive with smoke from burning
we are
pine
back.
needles. A scented
What is
warning
this page?
that foreigners are about to enter the hive. Inside the hive are wooden frames hanging side by side, each holding a honeycomb. A hive can house hundreds of thousands of bees, all descendants of the prolific queen bee. The queen bee lays up to 2,000 eggs per day, creating the workforce needed to feed and protect the colony. But the beekeeper tricks the colony's defenders. He replaces the hive's cover with a device called a bee escape, which smells like cherries. Bees dislike the scent, so most fly to the bottom sections of the hive. Another warning spray, and the beekeeper removes the bee escape. Now, he can escape with the honeycombs.
Yeah, we got it. Which is, I don't even think I did anything that different. Like, I reset everything.
Inside the honey factory,
Honestly, I think half of it was just...
honeycomb frames on what's
I did
called
turn the
a
computer off.
honey machine.
And I did update something. I don't know, I'm not
It
gonna...
shaves off the wax caps
Whatever.
of the honey-filled cells of the combs.
No more messing with stuff for
The
now.
remains manually. Then they set the frames on another machine called a honey extractor.
I need a rip after that.
It spins the honeycombs until all the honey is forced out of the cells. Afterwards, they filter the honey to remove any pieces of wax that have slipped through. Then the honey is ready for bottling. Some beehives contain smaller frames designed to produce honey that isn't extracted from the honeycomb. Workers remove the frame and cut the honeycomb into pieces with a heated knife. This seals the wax around the honey inside. This wax is edible. The beeswax lining of the honeycomb goes to make candles, furniture polish and lipsticks. When producers have more liquid honey than they can sell, they simply let it percolate, where it develops sugar crystals that turn hard and white. Then when orders come in, they return it to its original liquid form by
cheers to
heating
y'all.
it to 130 degrees. The jars are vacuum cleaned.
We got it all set up though.
One beehive can yield over 3 kilograms of honey in a single day. That's much more than the bees need for themselves. The surplus is what we end up eating.
There we go. Actually, I have to run to the bathroom real quick too. And then we'll blow some glass.
Honey production today is both efficient and humane. For centuries, the only way to harvest honey from hives had been to kill the bees. Then in 1851, an American beekeeper invented a way to get the honey, yet spare the bees. His method, with the removable honeycomb frames, is the one we still use today.
When you're busy dealing with groceries, you can miss a few things. See? You missed that, didn't you? With Walmart Plus in-home, an associate delivers and puts away your groceries, whether you're home or not. No tips, no markups, no worries.
Seconds to kill bacteria. Then it's
it's homogenized.
I did that about 45 minutes faster than we did it yesterday, so at least I'm learning.
To break down and disperse the fat globules.
Damn, I totally have a big old chunk of glass in my
It's like
foot.
putting your thumb over a hose and aspirates that mix and creates a very consistent or homogeneous product.
The product is then cooled to 40 degrees before being pumped into the various flavor tanks.
We'll add in the cherry flavors and the strawberry flavoring. And as we get into the freezer,
I need to dig it out at some point.
Create the ice cream.
It's a big enough piece that it's not getting
continuously pumped into the freezer.
actually like covered up by skin.
Cylinder
And it's got a sharp point that I keep stepping on.
Freezing agent.
Shit hurts.
The temperature of the mix drops to 21 to 23 degrees. As the mix freezes to the wall.
Oh, remember, we have
ice crystals just
a new raffle. The pumpkin raffle going right now, $10 per spot. The lava lamp raffle is about halfway full. Those are $10 per spot. We did the custom cash drawing, and we will be having our next big giveaway at 100 members on this channel. But yeah, we did make a lot of progress already. We've got the the donation kings. What is it? I don't like the way I don't like the way it looks. I'd like to. How many members are we at? Not very many. $23. And this doesn't fucking clear until next month, which is you get paid a month after. I did not know that, which that's kind of ridiculous, but can't do much about it.
scraped off by the revolving blades of a paddle called a dasher. The blades have an additional purpose, whipping air into the mix, creating the frozen foam we know as ice cream.
One of the largest ingredients inside ice cream that most
Why?
people know is actually air. We call it overrun. Premium products are required to have 100% overrun, so for every 1 cup of mix, we have 1 cup of air.
There.
In the US,
Leave it like that.
ice cream must by definition contain at least 10% butterfat. When it's pumped out of the freezer, it has the consistency of soft serve. But that won't last for long. The carton's next head into the blast farter, kept at a bone-chilling 65 degrees below zero. Within hours, the ice cream's temperature will drop to 0 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh dang, did I leave the gas on last night?
All that heat out of it as fast as we can, because the
I
colder
did.
we can get it, the faster we can get it, the less probability we have of creating ice crystals in the top. And ice crystals are really what create that grittiness feel in your mouth. So ice cream manufacturing is all about time and temperature.
Not to mention taste. And no one knows that better than Dreyer's official taste tester, John Harrison. A man whose tongue is so sensitive, it's been insured for $1 million.
Oh, hi Jay. Welcome back. We got it figured out.
What I look for in tasting ice cream is three things. Now we all initially with the eye, so it must look appetizing.
Oh, so to tell y'all
Flavor and flavor balance. And thirdly is the body and texture.
what it is. Microphone is monitor off. If you have the microphone on for the monitor, it'll pick up the monitor audio as well. Digital audio, high definition audio device is monitor and output. And that's all we need to know. That's what ends up fucking with us, the microphone and the digital audio. We don't fuck with this. I don't know why they change every now and then. I don't know why our viewers are hidden here. But it's okay for now. I'm not gonna fuck with it. And I know we already watched this.
John's job is
I'll
to
change
make
it here in a
sure that
sec.
each carton lives up to its premium label in terms of taste and presentation.
It's like a wine tasting. I start with the white lines of ice cream, vanilla, French vanilla, vanilla bean, double
This
vanilla.
fucking guy.
And I work my way up to the heavy Bordeaux of ice cream, such as a black walnut, mint chocolate chip.
When tasting ice cream, John uses a gold-plated spoon that doesn't leave an aftertaste.
Pure vanilla.
I was gonna say, isn't this a meme?
Method is the 3 S's, which stands for swirl, smack, and spit.
I hate it.
Let's go.
He said no.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're not even ready for this game, he said.
Cookies and cream. You don't have to swallow to taste.
You don't have to swallow to taste it.
With cream, a cookie, vanilla, sweetness.
That right there, that was the meme.
It's so good though.
Oh, he loves his job.
The ice cream John's tasting is very different from the world's first ice cream.
I wish I could tell you ice cream was invented on this day with this person, but the fact is, we don't really know where ice cream was invented or when. We do know that there's lots of myths and legends around ice cream.
Many believe the Emperor Nero would send slaves into the mountains to bring back snow and ice for snow ice cream, made with wine, fruit, and honey. Another legend has Marco Polo returning from China with a recipe for a sherbet-like dessert.
Ice cream as we know and love it today really has its roots in Italy, where they call their ice cream gelato. The Italians really perfected ice cream in their cafes, in high society. We can thank the Italians for that.
Thanks, Italians.
Compared to American ice cream, gelato contains less fat and less added air. As a result, it has a rich, creamier taste.
Gelato varies from region to region, and even within a city, you can have something very different. But the Italians do tend to use more milk and less cream than American-style ice cream.
John Schneider is America's gelato guru. At Il Laboratorio del Gelato on New York's Lower East Side, he creates this centuries-old dessert for more than 200 of Manhattan's finest restaurants.
Today we're going to be making espresso gelato, and we begin with just pure espresso beans. We use about a gallon of espresso beans for one batch of gelato. And this goes right in the blender with the beans.
Next, John
In the
adds 2
blender.
gallons of base mix, consisting of milk, cream...
You wrote it down? Actually, yeah, Jay, that's a good idea. I'm gonna take a video.
He heats it, infusing the beans into the mix.
Now that I have it like in my head, what it's supposed to be, or what the settings are, I'm gonna take a video. Digital audio, or this is what this should look like. Click here. This is what this should look like. Global settings. This is the same thing as going to the individual ones, so just go to global settings and then go down. Make sure this all looks like this. Wait, hang on. I take that back. I was wrong. Let me start that video over. This is what this should look like. Monitor off for microphone. Monitor and output for high resolution device. And then you don't fuck with these, but this is what they should look like. Good. Don't fuck with it. Alright, that's for me for later. I don't know why it keeps changing. I don't know why it changed in the first place. It shouldn't have. Ow. Modern Marvels, The History of Tea. Let's watch The History of Tea.
Feeling healthy.
Oh wait, haven't we all? Okay, we've either all started watching the Dahmer series or we have. We should watch an interview.
Science is back.
I want to see how spot on.
Decent.
So either way, whether you have or not seen it, this will be fine. So if you haven't seen it, this will be good. So you can watch it later and be like, "Wow, they did so good with this." Or if you have seen it, you can go, "Wow, they did so good with that." But yeah, I mean, already, it's spot on. Hang on, I'm gonna go take another rip real quick. Something that makes me laugh is that I have a bunch of glass in my feet. Like I have glass all throughout both feet. And you know how when they dig people up and they carbon date them and they cut them open and they see what was in their gut and they x-ray them and do all that? It makes me laugh to think that in like 1,000 years some alien species would be like, why the fuck does this dude got glass in his feet? Why does this assigned male at birth have glass in their feet? They must have been working. They must have something with glass. What up, Jack? So I'm gonna end up changing the leaderboard where down here at the bottom it's very, very plain text, which is fine for now. Behind the eyes of hairdressers, I bet you'd find weed behind my eyes. No one knows what it's like behind blue eyes. No one knows what it's like.
I raise myself to it. I don't know. I went to great lengths.
He is pure evil, but you'd never know it by looking at him. But when you hear him, that's another story. His killing field was Milwaukee, and he got away with murder for more than a decade. But how did any of this happen? For the first time ever, Nancy Lance is here, inside the world of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Bill, when I sat down opposite Jeffrey Dahmer for this interview, I wondered what he would tell me, how hard it would be to get him to discuss his horrific crimes. What I found was that he was very forthcoming. He volunteered details that may be difficult to hear. I began by asking what he wanted from the men he picked up.
Oh, I smell propane. Oh, okay, it was the mini torch.
Desires and thoughts, wanting to control them, to
Wow, Evan Peters did amazing.
I don't know how to put it, possess them permanently.
And that's why you killed them.
Right. Not because I was angry with them, not because I hated them, but because I wanted to keep them with me. And as my obsession grew,
wow.
Saving body parts such as skulls.
Even the breathing. Did you hear the where he goes the body parts, the skulls? That Evan Peters that's ridiculous.
And skeletons.
Jeffrey Dahmer is
Even what he just did with his throat, the swallow and the Evan Peters, oh my god, that's wild. Even the eye contact.
Monstrous past. Almost 2 years ago, in this little apartment in Milwaukee,
That's
police
the same.
discovered the grisly remnants
That is
of one
exactly
of the
the same as.
crimes
Oh wow,
in
wow, wow,
American
wow.
history.
Okay, yeah, no. Either whether you've seen it or not, this is 100% the Netflix show that they put. All of what just got showed, they depict it 100%. Yeah, just like that. That's wild.
Jeffrey Dahmer, an unassuming chocolate factory worker, would eventually confess that he had seduced, murdered, and dismembered 17 young men. He even ate some of his victims' body parts. He instantly became the center of worldwide media attention, a serial killer unmasked. There were protests and press conferences in Milwaukee as people tried to understand how this could have happened in their midst. How did Jeffrey Dahmer get away with murder after murder for 13 years?
Even the
How
walk.
did the boy born in
Even the walk. The sunken shoulders, still head back, like slightly confident. The sauntering, the nothing behind the neck, just blank brain. Did you see that? Oh, Evan Peters is. Hang on, I gotta see that again.
This could have happened in their midst. How did Jeffrey Dahmer get away with murder after murder?
Even what he does with his mouth. The like weird chewing that he does. Yeah.
For 13 years. How did a boy born into a hard-working middle-class family turn into the worst kind of monster imaginable?
They even have similar
In this
hands.
exclusive
Yeah, look.
interview, we put those questions to Jeffrey Dahmer himself.
The sauntering.
We met with him at the maximum security prison where he is serving his sentence of
Whoa.
999 years. For the first time, he talks about his crimes
What
and
up,
gives
Chief?
us a chilling look inside the mind of a serial killer.
This fucking nose
It's a
ring.
process. It doesn't happen overnight. When you
Even the fucking blisters on his lips. The chapped lips. Watch, when they move this out of the way.
depersonalize another person and view them as just an object for pleasure instead of a living, breathing human being, it seems to make it easier to do things you shouldn't do.
The reason why Jeffrey Dahmer was able to get away with his crimes was because of just what you are seeing here. Jeffrey Dahmer is intelligent and articulate. That is what makes him so frightening. But if you listen carefully to his words throughout this interview, you realize it is a thin disguise. You do sound, though, like the kind of person who could have said to himself, "This is wrong. I must stop."
I always knew that it was wrong, but after the first...
I keep freaking out because Evan Peters obviously studied every interview and watched it over and over and over and over again until he got it spot
The
on.
first killing was not planned. I was coming back from the shopping mall back in '78. I had fantasies about picking up a hitchhiker and taking him back to the house and having complete control and dominance over him.
The hitchhiker's name was Stephen Hicks. He was just 18. Jeffrey Dahmer took him to his parents' house. There he strangled him with a barbell. He dismembered the body and hid it in a drain pipe. It was Jeffrey Dahmer who gave those details to the police in his confession.
No one had a clue as to what was happening for over a decade.
During that time, Jeffrey Dahmer joined the army and was sent to Germany. He was eventually discharged for a drinking problem and returned to Ohio. 9 years after Stephen Hicks' murder, the killing began again. What happened to you in the 9 years in between that you were able to stop? that you were able to control yourself?
It just wasn't an opportunity to fully express what I wanted to do. There was just not the physical opportunity to do it then. And I started...
Not that you didn't want
when
to.
I moved to Milwaukee in 81, I started reading pornography, going to the bookstores. Eventually that led to frequenting the gay bars. And then one time I brought this young man back to the hotel room, the Ambassador Hotel.
So, what I'm curious of is if he's actually gay, or if he's gay in a predatory way. If that makes sense? His trauma lies in lack of power, and if his sexuality derives from that as well, was he actually homoerotic, or was he homocentric in the sense that it was a thing of power for him, which really is even more homophobic if you think about it. Gay? Okay. You see what I'm saying though? I'm not. It's hard to word that, but like, you know, if he maybe wasn't and leaned into it because of the power ratio, because of the he wanted to feel in control. But then you pose the question, well, then why did he specifically? Well, again, if he felt, and then okay, let me extrapolate what in my mind and I'm thinking. So he targeted specifically black men. Usually, there's obviously other ethnicities that he targeted, but they were all POC for the most part, except for two. In my mind, I see that as him viewing it as a place of power. He views black men as above himself, and is kind of like reverse and this is the only time like reverse racism is actually a thing. Reverse racism's it and puts that on a pedestal where he targets these people to be in control from a place of power, not from a place of sexual attraction. But he was sexually attracted to them. Not to go into too much graphic detail, but for the most part, it wasn't them that he was attracted to, it was their insides. So in my mind, I'm like, well, was he actually like... And again, you don't want to say, well, was he actually gay? Because anytime that anybody says anything like that, you don't want to question if somebody's like, if they said they're gay, they're gay. But in my mind, I'm like, well, okay, was that just an avenue to his victims? Right? Especially given the time. If it wasn't the 70s and 80s at the height of gay culture, would he have been into the culture as an avenue to it, or would he have gone after whatever was readily available, but just at the time it was gay clubs, right? You see what I'm saying? And from all that I've picked up on it, like, I don't know, yeah, it's, I feel like he was never actually sexual. In the conventional sense of what we think sexuality is, you know? Obviously, there's layers of power in what he evokes sexuality as, but is that all it was? Was the power over who he saw as the most powerful being black men, right? Oop, excuse me. That was gross. For it turned into a lot. Yeah. Obviously there's layers to it. Obviously there's a lot of nuanced, circumstantial things that, in my mind, again, the whole, it being the height of gay culture, him not having what anybody would consider a conventional sexuality in the first place, but it just being labeled as gay because he targeted gay men. So, I'm glad you see what I'm saying. I don't know if he was gay, but you don't want to say somebody's gay. Yeah. You gotta be careful with how you go about this. But I think he was gay in a predatory way. I think he was gay in I don't know. Yeah, there's not really language to describe it, but you understand what I'm saying. Because the language that you use to describe it sounds very, very homophobic. Exactly, Sky. So the attraction to the insides versus the splanknophilia. Splanknophilia. Right, if it wasn't gay men who were readily available, he would have been attracted to whatever's insides that would have been available. He targeted gay men, gay black men specifically, because he saw the power structure as them being above him. Right? Kind of like a reverse racism. It's weird to say it like that because obviously, yeah, reverse racism isn't a thing. But oh no, Mr. Meeseeks, he broke off his handle. And reverse racism in the sense of you are treating somebody differently because of their race, but you're technically treating them as somebody who's better, but as a negative because you're gonna kill them. See, and there's more language to it now. Demisexual, like Sky said, there's language for it. So he's attracted sexually to the power, but in his mind, the power lies in black men. And you don't want to go into too many hypothetical stuffs because obviously this is not the kind of things you want to like really extrapolate their ideas to the end. But obviously my mind goes to the times of like now. Well, what, like what if they grew up now? What if this happens now instead of then? Would he have called himself gay? And I don't think he would have. Because in my mind, I think he would have gone after trans men as well, or trans women as well. I think he would have gone after trans women as well. Right? And again, you don't want to speculate things like that. It's horrible to say, but I'm trying, and you don't really want to get into the mind of this person, but we are obviously watching a documentary after having watched or going to watch an entire show, and that's why we watch it, because it's like, well, why the fuck would somebody do something like this? And you also want to pick apart, well, yeah, there's layers to it. And the fact that we do have more language for it now, it makes me want to revisit it with the language we have being demisexual, overtly attracted sexually to emotions, but the emotions this person's feeling are rooted in trauma and psychotic bases and stuff. So, yeah. Was he attracted to men? Yes, but not in the conventional sense. I think is the easiest way to put that. I think is the easiest way to simplify it. Was he attracted to men? Yes, but not in a... I don't know. Who knows? Again, we'll never know. That's not really anything that can ever be answered, so we can only speculate. Mr. Meeseeks broke off his handle at the top. I gotta reattach him. I need to put him back in the kiln first, though.
Was just planning on drugging him and spending the night with him. had no intention of hurting him. When I woke up in the morning, he had a broken rib here. Was heavily bruised. Apparently I had beaten him to death with my fists.
And you have no memory?
I have no memory of it. But that's what started the whole spree all over again.
Dahmer says he snuck the corpse of his victim, Stephen Toomey, out of his hotel room in a suitcase. Then he took it to his grandmother's house, where he cut up the body and put it in plastic garbage bags. When you killed these men, afterwards, were you repulsed? Were you upset?
No, at the time, it was almost addictive. It was almost a surge of energy. I wouldn't have to worry about any of their needs or anything. I just had complete control of the situation.
But Jeffrey Dahmer was out of control. The urge to kill had overpowered him. As police later learned, he wasn't satisfied with his victim's death. He wanted more. Why did you photograph them?
It was my way of remembering their appearance, their physical beauty. I also wanted to keep something. If I couldn't keep them there with me whole, at least I felt that I could keep their skeletons. And I even went so far as planning on setting up an altar with the 10 different skulls and skeletons.
And what was the purpose of the altar, Glenn?
See, and what up, Cal? He has abandonment trauma. He has abandonment issues, and the trauma and all of what he did is rooted in them and him having control so they don't leave. And that's because his mother left. And in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, at what point did he start having the realizations that he was gay or that he may be attracted to men? And does the mom leaving have an influence on that? Because it was specifically men he was targeting. And having, well, his dad left too. The dad also abandoned him. I don't know. There's like we were saying, lots of layers to this. And there's no really understanding. But in my mind, the main thing I want to figure out, or not figure out, but get everyone's opinion on, is if he was like gay for convenience, or if like he was just called gay because that was the easiest language they had at the time. Which I think we had already agreed on. Is that he's attracted to men, but not in the conventional sense. Started conventionally, but then very quickly. So yeah, who knows?
As a sort of
breathing
memorial, a point where I could, I don't know. It's so bizarre and strange. It's hard to describe. A place where I could collect my thoughts.
I was gonna make a bad joke.
When the bodies were still in your apartment,
I'm gonna make a bad joke.
there was no time when you would see them and say, "This is grotesque. What have I done?"
There were times, but the compulsive obsession with doing what I was doing overpowered any feelings of revulsion.
This man with a quiet, almost shy demeanor became a master manipulator who was able to lure strangers he met at gay bars to his apartment. He was even able to con the police into returning a 14-year-old boy to him after neighbors called 911 upset that the child was in the street, naked and bleeding. Dahmer convinced the police that he and the boy were simply having a lover's quarrel.
Right, Jay? Right, like the concept. He's getting something from men because it's something that he perceives only they can give to him. So he's attracted to men, but not in a sexual base. It's not based in sexuality. He did get off sexually to the things that he did, but most of the time it was after the fact, right? Almost every time it was after the fact that anything sexual was derived, either after they were already dead and he was doing the old slice and dice, or the splanknophilia. So again, yes, attracted to men, but not sexually. The elicitation of sexuality came about after what would have been considered homoerotic. So meeting them at the gay clubs, dancing them. Well, but then again, he did all that too, though. But was that just a cat and mouse thing? Was that him? Was that leading up to again what we're talking about now? It wasn't about being sexually attracted to the dudes. It was about to double entendre. It was about the dance while they were dancing. You know, the dance of him courting his next kill or hunting or whatever the fuck it was. He was gay in theory to get to the point of his actual intent, right? It could be argued that his intent wasn't always that, the end goal wasn't always that he wasn't always looking to kill the person, but again, I think the reason he kept looking for love with men was because he kept killing the ones that he had any feelings for. And so they left him and weren't there anymore, and he had to replace them with other ones. And he got caught in a cycle, in a loop of it just being men, right? I think we've all experienced getting stuck in cycles and can understand, oh, that's just a familiarity thing at that point, maybe? Yeah. But then again, don't we all have some attraction to men? Like Sky said, demisexual. I think anybody could more or less have fun dancing with a man, dancing with someone. Dancing is erotic if you look at it that way, no matter who you're doing it with. If you're at a club, if you're doing it, well, yeah. I don't want to go into too much details of the document, or not the documentary. I need to stop calling it that because it's not. In the Netflix series, they don't really ever show him kissing. Like, they don't show him like actually engaging in like homocentric like affection until after they're dead. Right? So dancing, so hanging out, so courtship, the preambles of love are pretty baseline no matter who they're with, right? Until you get to the actual act, things start changing up, depending on what parts you got. So I think, again, demisexual, but with a male specific because of the power structure elicited from it, not because of the sexual structure, because of the power structure, which is a very interesting dynamic. I think we've pinned it down, Watson.
Boyfriend of another boyfriend?
How old was the child?
It wasn't a child, was it? No.
After the police left, Jeffrey Dahmer murdered that boy, Conarac Synthesymphone. This man says he had a near-fatal encounter with Jeffrey Dahmer.
You want to take some pictures of my back? He hit me with a rubber hammer on my neck.
He was lucky to escape because by then the killing had become almost routine. Before you went out to pick up a man, was there any kind of ritual you went through?
I go to the nightclubs, drink, watch the striptease shows, And if I didn't meet anyone at the bars, I'd go to the bath clubs and meet someone there, offer them money, and we'd go back to the apartment, have a few drinks. I'd have the sleeping pill mixture already prepared. Person would drink it, fall asleep, and that's when they would be strangled.
Watching the movie Exorcist 3 was also part of his ritual. It put him in the mood for murder.
I felt so hopelessly evil and perverted that I actually derived a sort of pleasure from watching that tape.
Did you like feeling evil?
No, I didn't. But I tried to overcome the thoughts, and it worked for a while, but eventually I gave in.
While Jeffrey Dahmer may say things today that make it seem like he understands what went on in his mind, he does not. All he can do is tell you what happened, but he cannot stop whatever it is that drove him to kill in the first place. Do you still feel those same urges? Do you still feel that compulsion, that obsession?
I wish I could say that it just left completely, but no, there are times when I still do have the old compulsions.
The old compulsion. Oh wait, did he say the old compulsions, or did he mean like ye old compulsions?
More and more warped, and yet he was clever enough to continue to elude police and lure young men to his apartment. We should warn you, the details are very graphic.
I started having these obsessive thoughts when I was about 15 and 16, and they got worse.
You know, ye old intrusive thoughts. violent homicide.
Worse.
What were your fantasies about?
They were sexual fantasies of control, power, complete dominance. They became reality.
Was there pleasure in that fantasy?
She's not asking if it's homoerotic in nature. She's not asking the right questions, and again, that's because the language isn't there. She's not focusing on him being gay. She's focusing on him being a monster, and I would have asked him so many different questions than what she's been asking.
Excitement, fear, pleasure, all mixed together.
Jeffrey Dahmer fulfilled his fantasies by murdering and dismembering 17 young men. In time, his desires became more extreme, his deeds more grotesque. Listen to him talk about the most unnatural things in the most matter-of-fact of ways. That's when you realize that none of it has touched him.
I was branching out. That's when the cannibalism started, eating of the heart, and the arm.
He didn't even blink. He didn't even blink when he said that.
Branching out. That's when the cannibalism started, eating of the heart.
Yo.
And the arm muscle. It was a way of making me feel that they were a part of me. At first it was just curiosity, and then it became compulsive. Then I tried to keep the person alive by inducing a zombie-like state. By injecting first dilute acid solution into their brain, or hot water. And,
hot water?
It never did completely work.
Could someone like you be stopped? Could you be helped?
No, I was dead set on going with this compulsion. That was the only thing that gave me any satisfaction.
He became so warped by his evil impulses that he even took a victim's head with him to work at the Ambrosia Chocolate Factory.
I kept the mummified head and skull of one of the victims.
He doesn't blink
in,
much.
A carrying case in my locker at work.
Were you almost flaunting it?
Yes, but that's how strong the compulsion was. That's how bizarre the desire was. I wanted to keep something of the person with me.
Jeffrey Dahmer exhibited some disturbing behavior early on. He began drinking heavily as a teenager, dropped out of college, was arrested for indecent exposure, disorderly conduct, and fondling a 13-year-old boy. Tragically, one of his murder victims would be that boy's brother.
You know what started it? Is there any kind of incident that you can remember?
To this day, I don't know what started it. And the person to blame is sitting right across from you. That's the only person. Not parents, not society, not pornography. I mean, those are just excuses.
Good.
His macabre 13-year crime spree finally ended when this man, Tracy Edwards, brought the police to the infamous apartment. Like the others, he had gone there with the promise of money.
He was listening to my heart, because at a point he told me he was going to eat my heart at that point. I hit him, and I ran.
What was the turning point for you that made you suddenly realize that you had done something terribly wrong, something you should be sorry for?
It was the night of the arrest. I have no memory of what happened during the 6 hours before the last victim ran out of the apartment. I heard a knock on the door, and the police were there with the last victim. They asked me where the key was to the handcuffs. My mind was in a haze. I sort of pointed to the bedroom, and that's where they found the pictures. And they yelled, "Cuff him." And I was handcuffed. And it was just the realization that there was no point in trying to hide my actions anymore. The best route was to help the police identify all the victims and just make a complete confession.
When it was revealed that most of the victims were black or homosexual, people in Milwaukee were incensed. Many felt that was why he went after them and why the police didn't seem to care when their families reported them missing.
10 of your 17 victims were black. Were they racially motivated?
It was not racially motivated. It was not sexual preference. It was just to find...
He just said it. It was not a sexual preference. It was what was available at the time. Wait.
An obsession with the best-looking young man I could find.
While you just heard him say that his sexual preference had nothing to do with the killings,
no.
He has not come to terms with his homosexuality.
It's because he's not homosexual. He just said it. He did it out of convenience. He did it out of compulsion because it was what was available. He didn't do it as an ends to the means to sexually gratify it, but he wanted to do it to the most attractive boy. So it wasn't homosexual, it was homocentric. He wasn't gay. That's just what the easiest term at the time was.
Never understood it. There was no use trying to fight it because I couldn't rid myself of it. It was too powerful and persistent.
Do you dislike it?
Yes, it's caused a lot of problems for me. A lot of conflicts and unanswered questions.
The conflicts remain with him, and so do his compulsions. But in prison, he finally cannot act on his savage desires.
If you were out on the street now, would you still be committing your crimes?
Probably. If this hadn't happened, there's no doubt I probably would be. I can't think of anything that would have stopped me.
Yeah, so... Wait, it went back to top chat. Like what you're saying. We pretty much were spot on with that. That was what was available. He did it out of compulsion, but it was more so what was available. The only homocentric, the only homoerotic thing he said was that he wanted it to be the most good-looking boy or most good-looking guy. that he was necessarily attracted to them. You don't have to be gay to say somebody is good looking. And if you're going after, quote unquote, the most good looking person in the club, it's also a power thing. It's also a power structure. It's a power structure. They just called him gay because they didn't have words for it. He even said himself, "No, I'm not gay." And she goes, he couldn't come to terms with his homosexuality, and he was like, "No, I'm telling you, I'm not gay." She's like, "So you being gay brought issues?" And he was like, "Well, yeah, I'm not gay, but it definitely did bring up issues." Yeah, like again, I don't think he was homocentric in nature, but he wasn't homosexual. He derived sexual pleasure from killing men, but not from and he associated love with that as well, and went after men for love because of the abandonment issues he fortified within himself by killing them. Come on, Jeffrey. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Oh no. Uh-oh. Come on now, put your back into it. Uh-oh. That song has a whole nother meaning now. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. The humor can get dark. It's okay. It's how we deal with darker things. Look at where you came from. Look at you now. Yeah, there's a whole lot of layers to that. I'm still thinking about the different layers to that. He still hasn't come to terms with his homosexuality. So are you gay? No. Wow, he really hasn't come to terms with his homosexuality. But you targeted men sexually, yeah, but not what anyone would classically describe as typical homosexuality, right? Why are you gay? I'm not. No, you are. Why are you gay? One of my favorite videos. Why are you gay? And he goes, I'm not, I'm trans. No, why are you gay? We have the technology. We have the means to build it. I need to figure out how to start fucking clipping videos because that would be hilarious. Why are you gay? Well, it wasn't homosexual in nature. Well, no, why are you gay? What up, Sky? I made a pretty good joke. depending on your perspective on dark humor. Also, we were talking about how, what's her name? Is that Katie Couric? Whatever her fucking name is. Which straight up, like, Jeffrey is having a hard time coming to terms with being a homosexual. And then the very next scene was like, so was this sexual in nature? And then he goes, no, it wasn't sexual in nature. And then I said, it's like the fucking video, the why are you gay? The dark humor joke was that I started singing the, come on Jeffrey, you can do it, pave the way, put you back into it. Yeah, Jeffrey goes, it wasn't sexual in nature, I just wanted to do it to the most attractive man in the club. And again, to me, that doesn't sound gay, that sounds like a power structure. He wants to own the most attractive person in the club. He doesn't want to date them, he doesn't want to fuck them, he wants to control them. And so she goes, wow, he's having a really hard time coming to terms with his homosexuality. And he's like, no, I'm not gay. She's like, wow, he's really in the closet. Why are you gay? I'm not. No, you are gay. Why are you gay? I'm not. I derive sexual pleasure from dominating men. Okay, so why are you gay? It wasn't homoerotic in nature, it was homocentric, but I'm not attracted to men. I just wanted to dominate them and then kill them. Okay, so why are you gay? Sounds like a very non-neurodivergent and queer way to approach a very neurodivergent and queer topic. Right? I'm not gay. I derive pleasure from dominating men physically. Okay, so you're gay. No. But you derive sexual pleasure from this. Yes. So you're gay. No. And then they just fucking spontaneously combust. And like, I get it. I get why that was the basis. I get why that it's a very news way to put it. It's a very news way to explain it. Like, yeah, he was just gay, he was targeting gay men. But no, he was a very damaged man who had pretty much no sexuality other than dominance, violence, and splanknophilia. Which is a lot more thinking than most people want to do about the subject. Which is valid. It is quite the subject, but like us, I'm glad we go into much detail about that, because it's not as simplified and black and white as they tried to present it. It's very, very nuanced. It's because of the time, it's because of where he was located, it's because, yeah, there's a lot to it, and it's not simply he was gay and also a monster. It was that, but also a whole lot of other stuff. Especially now that gay is kind of like queer now, right? I call myself gay, but I'm not homosexual. Gay is synonymous with queer now, right? Gay is the more publicly accepted, like if you're not in polite company of allies, then you say you're gay, right, instead of saying queer, so you don't have to go into the entire conversation of why queer is an acceptable word and we can say it but you shouldn't, right? Makes sense to me. Some people don't want it to be. I get that. I mean, I get that, like, lesbian is an interchangeable word. But then again, lesbian pretty much came first when it comes to LGBTQ. That's why it's the first letter in it. With the history and whatnot behind that. Pride started with trans women, though. Trans black women, to be specific. Alright, what next? Top 10 things.
46.
Top 10 things they got right and wrong on the Netflix thing.
Texas, we deserve better. Beto actually.
Yeah, go Beto.
Educators. Vote Beto for better schools.
You know I am.
Not earning money from your videos? The big video networks demand viral hits or thousand.
Wait, if it's gonna play actual, well, okay, it has
What's
the.
going on? Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down on.
Well, Jay, you haven't seen it yet. I don't want to. If it's gonna, yeah, it's gonna go into too
I
much detail.
desensitize myself to it.
Ooh, the paranoia that cost Hitler World War II. I'm a big fan of World War II history, especially all of the fucking crazy things Hitler did. Do you know he was on amphetamines the entire time, and that's what fed his megalomania? And that's why he shouted and banged his fists on the table and was doing all the crazy stuff, yelling and stuff, because he was on fucking meth the entire time. And so I'm hoping this is what's going to go into that, the paranoia that amphetamine-driven psychosis will elicit. But this dude was already fucking wild. He was part of the occult. He was esoteric. And I want to be specific. I researched this person from a purely historical standpoint. Piece of shit. Goes without saying. We don't have to. I mean, sometimes it's the internet. You should be specific about when you're talking about someone. If it sounds like you're being, wow, they're so interesting. Which, yes, they are. It's an interesting topic. It's an interesting thing. But you can say that while also fully condemning what they ended up doing, what they were about, who they were, what they did, all of that stuff, while saying it's also something that should be studied through history, especially the occult, Gnostic, and spiritual, esoteric stuff that he did as well, because that is what partially fed into his raging and revenant supremacy and all of that stuff. So Norse mythology, the occult, and occult teachings and black magic very, very much were at play during the Reich. And you gotta be careful, because when someone says, that's why I went into such detail there, because when someone says, oh, I too like World War history, or World War II, you kind of have to go, huh, what part of it? Right? You kind of gotta, and like I just did, if they start going into all this about Hitler, you gotta go, wow, you sure know a lot about Hitler, and then they should go, yeah, that dude was a piece of shit. Right? And then you talk about the historical context and where it all came from. You gotta be real careful there, because some people can go into like, oh yeah, you know, I've read Mein Kampf like 6 times, and then you run the other way after. Dang it, our Raven fell off its handle as well. Because yes, it's one thing to know a lot about history, but it's another thing to fetishize it. It's another thing to go, oh wow, what a person. It's instead of, oh wow, what a person. It's look at all these details about this person. They go, oh, wow, what a person. No, you gotta toe that line carefully. Because there's a lot of historical people that did very, very horrible things, but were also responsible for very advanced steps and leaps in technology and science. And so if you're going to research one, you have to know the history of the other. Like Operation Paperclip, that led to the Alan Parsons rocketeering program that we talk about, having brought all of the Nazi scientists from occupied Germany over to here and pardoned all of their shit. So if you're going to learn about science and rocketeering, you definitely need to know about the fucking Reich and the Luftwaffe and all of how that got started too. It's ingrained in a lot, but you also have to be careful with what avenues you subscribe to. There's dark parts, and that's with everything. That's with the Aleister Crowley stuff we talk about. I'd like to go over Rasputin at some point too, who was also a horrible, horrible piece of shit, but a very, very interesting topic and subject to learn about. Him and the whatever Russia was called before Russia. I'm bad with names, you know that. Yeah, that's what they say first. They go, oh yeah, I'm a history buff, and they go, and you go, what part of history? And they go, oh, I'm like a fan of like wars, you know. I like learning about like different naval battles and different wars and stuff. And you go, oh, like nice, like what years and stuff, or like what battles do you like to talk about? And they go, oh yeah, you know, like Normandy. And they go, oh yeah, you know. When, yeah. We're all on the same page there. But yeah, let's see if this goes into that.
On July the 6th...
Because again, more historical context, amphetamines were a very, very big part of World War II. Very, very interesting historical thing was amphetamines, reds, uppers, were a staple part of every Marine's kit, every Marine's fucking get up, as well as the Axis powers were just fucking feeding it to their fighters, especially the kamikaze fighters. Before they would go on their kamikaze runs, would get popped with just almost an OD of amphetamines, and so they would be delusions of grandeur, tripping on straight uppers, and then bonsai. Yeah. That's how they got them to do that. They would say, you're gonna go to you're a hero, you're doing your country your service, you're gonna go to heaven, you're gonna get this and that, and we're throwing you this party, here, take these drugs, and drink this real quick. We're gonna put you in a plane that's also filled with gasoline in the back of it. And we have grenades in there too. And you go, fuck yeah, let's fucking do it. And then they do it. Jay, don't stay awake if you have to do things. Don't ignore your lights.
40 in Berlin. Adolf Hitler celebrated his victory in Europe. His army chief called him the greatest warlord in history.
How many people are watching right now? We can always watch this another time if there's not too many people.
The Russian leader, Joseph Stalin.
Whatever reason, it says viewers hidden up here, and I don't know why that is. I guess I could just stay on YouTube live dashboard. Hang on, let's see. Oh! I gotcha. Yes, they also had to somehow stay awake for to do the war. There's viewer count there, right? And then we do... Uh-oh. We do... yesterday. Look at that. Look at us. Look at us go. No! Fucking dick balls! That's okay, I figured out how to do this. Oh, wait, no. Yeah! Figured out how to do that. Look at that! I'm getting better, y'all.
On July the 6th, 1940 in Berlin, Adolf Hitler celebrated his victory in Europe.
No.
His army chief called him the greatest warlord in history. From Moscow, Hitler's collaborator, the Russian leader Joseph Stalin, had sent his congratulations. In London, the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill was isolated.
Look at that.
In Washington, the American President, Franklin Roosevelt,
Obviously got to be a much better way to do this, but this is great for
in the
now.
coming 5 years, everything in the relationship between these four men would change.
Your light's gonna go off in 6
in
minutes,
ways that
Jay.
seemed unimaginable. While their
Yeah,
nation
that dude's
fought
on
a
meth.
war of weapons, these four great warlords of the 20th century fought a war of the mind.
What started as a European war has developed into a war for world domination.
At the heart of this private war was a series of psychological duels in which they lied, schemed, charmed, flattered, and deceived to win. What was curious was that these duels took place not between enemies, but between men who at the time were allies. Yet their behavior was egotistic, tempestuous, monstrous, and politically
bombastic.
despite the rosy glow in which some are seen today, always selfish.
We shall never cease to persevere against them until they have been
The duels of the warlords decided the strategy for the greatest battles in history. They were also the epicenter of a seismic shift in world power. From the age of European empires to the age of two ideologically opposed superpowers, with devastating consequences for hundreds of millions of people. Over Salzburg.
Love the
in
smell of
southern
WD-40.
Germany, one of the world's loveliest places.
What are we making tonight? I think I'm gonna do a recycler.
It was here in August 1939.
I don't have anything on the lineup right now.
that Adolf Hitler was thinking the unthinkable.
Because we needed to finish the. Oh wait, I need to make a bowl.
Hitler had set his heart on invading Poland, and his generals had told him he must.
I need to make a bowl for the Naruto themed piece.
Must attack before the
At some point.
Romans came. But Britain and France had said they would go to war for Poland. One prince that
I need to figure out how I'm gonna do the
fear that
Ryzen
Russia
Sharingan that Naruto does
propel him into a war
as an
on two
attachment.
fronts. This was the very thing imprinted in Hitler's mind as having helped to lose Germany the First World War 20 years before.
Is that
There was only
is
one
that good,
way
Jay?
out.
That would be good for me if I
His
sold 3
greatest
pieces.
ideological enemy, Joseph Stalin.
Are those good cry tears?
Hitler put out feelers to Moscow. Though he little realized it, he was instigating a mental duel with Stalin, which over the next 2 years would decide the destiny of the Second World War. Stalin was deeply suspicious of Hitler's approach. He spent hours reading Mein Kampf, written 15 years before, underlining key passages, like Hitler's views of the Bolshevik leaders, men such as Stalin himself.
Oh, good, Jay. Fuck yeah.
The rulers of present-day Russia are common blood-stained criminals but they are the scum of humanity.
But Stalin could see that Hitler was now desperate for a deal, and offering to send his foreign minister, Ribbentrop, to Moscow. Stalin decided he would go with Hitler. Hitler's propaganda chief, Joseph Goebbels, noted in his diary,
22nd of August, 1939. Non-aggression pact with Moscow perfect. Ribbentrop in Moscow on Wednesday. That is something. We're on top again. Now we can sleep more easily.
On August the 23rd, Ribbentrop landed in Moscow. But Hitler needed one piece of reassurance. He sent his personal photographer, Heinrich Hoffmann, to film Stalin's earlobes, to see whether they were ingrown and Jewish or separate and Aryan. They were separate. Stalin passed Hitler's test. Shortly after midnight, on August the 24th, 1939, the Nazi-Soviet pact was signed, and with it, a secret protocol under which Germany and Russia would carve Poland into two.
Yeah, like they got a great voice.
This will hit like a bombshell.
But, as Goebbels noted, it was not strength, but fear of Stalin knifing him in the back that had forced Hitler into him. History's biggest U-turn.
The Führer believes he's in the position of scrounging for favors, and beggars can't be choosers. In times of famine, the devil feeds on flies.
In the Kremlin, Stalin proposed a toast.
I know how much the German nation loves its Führer. I should therefore like to drink his health.
But like Hitler,
Gas station chimichanga.
From fear.
Was it the
Hitler would attack him.
The 7-Eleven ones on the roller?
Of course, it's all a game to see who can fool whom. He thinks he's outsmarted me, but actually it's I who's tricked him.
Stalin had found a bedfellow for whose cunning he had held a long and sneaking admiration.
What do you hold? I'm just kidding.
Back in 1934, Stalin had observed Hitler eliminate his rivals within the Nazi Party in the so-called Night of the Long Knives. He remarked,
"Did you hear what happened in Germany?
Oh no, the frozen ones?
Splendid. That's a
yeah, that'll do it.
Hitler had felt no such mutual admiration. In his early years in power, he was set on the dreams of Mein Kampf, an alliance with Britain's Sea Empire, while he expanded to the east and built his German land empire on the continent.
Dumbass fucking haircut. Look at how dumb that looks.
Only when
that mustache is that mustache though.
Did Hitler begin to
not
see
that
Stalin
mustache. Fuck that mustache. What a fucking stupid fucking mustache. The Stalin's mustache is impressive, admittedly. Piece of shit. Great mustache.
Stalin was the first of the two to be a mass murderer. His terrors killed millions. He once compared his victims with the boyar landowners massacred by Ivan the Terrible 400 years before.
Who's going to remember all this riffraff in 10 or 20 years' time? No one. Who remembers the names now of the boyars Ivan the Terrible got rid of? No one.
A week before he invaded Poland, Hitler made an eerily similar remark to his generals.
Genghis Khan had millions of men and women killed by his own will and with a gay heart. History sees him only as a great state builder, and who, after all, speaks today of the annihilation of the Armenians.
For both men, Mass murder was just another weapon in the ideological struggle. The state, whether communist or Nazi, was supreme. Individuals were its disposable tool. They even extended this idea to their domestic lives. Hitler had secret mistresses, most notably Eva Braun. But in public, no woman could come between him and his nation. One of his secretaries recalled that he emphasized again and again,
"My lover is Germany."
Stalin did marry, twice, and had children. But the suicide of his second wife, Nadia, in 1932, further brutalized him. Echoing Hitler, he told an associate,
"A true Bolshevik shouldn't and couldn't have a family because he should give himself wholly to the party."
Stalin told his son, Vasily,
"I'm not Stalin. Stalin is Soviet power."
Now, in August 1939, these two great ideologically opposed warlords were inextricably linked. 8 days after the signing of the pact, Hitler invaded Poland. Britain declared war. Winston Churchill rejoined the British cabinet. Stalin publicly supported his Nazi collaborator. He told the world,
"It is not Germany who has attacked England and France, but England and France who have attacked Germany."
The enslavement of Poland further united the two extreme proponents of totalitarian violence. SS units killed 60,000 Jews and members of the Polish ruling class. It was Hitler's first experience of mass murder and profoundly influenced him. It showed him his followers would actually do it. Stalin's secret police, the NKVD, long versed in mass killing, would carry out similar massacres in the east of Poland. Among their victims were more than 20,000 Polish officers and political prisoners whose bodies would be discovered 3 years later. As their secret police mutilated Poland, the two dictators faced their destinies hand in hand. Over the next 2 years, in a mind war unparalleled in world history, they would both become gripped by a series of delusions that would lead them into colossal.
If you've got the Airbnb app on your phone, you're already halfway into 6 figures and sending back the monthly. Because we flip beds on Airbnb. We've already collected flipping fees of over $5 million. And if you knew how easy it was, you'd probably be doing this too. Because you need no money, no skills, no
I think our mouse died.
And no one's checking your credit score. Unlike flipping stocks, homes, or cars, when you flip beds, there's no risk and almost no upfront cost.
Oh, wait, no,
you can even flip other people's beds.
It just disconnected.
And the bloodiest conflict there has ever been. Stalin had entered his pact with Hitler with open eyes. He never doubted he was supping with the devil. But he believed the pact would give the Soviet Union both protection and opportunity. Just a week after the Nazis invaded Poland, he told his inner circle,
"A war is on between two groups of capitalist countries. Hitler, without understanding it or desiring it, is shaking and undermining the capitalist system. We can maneuver, pit one side against the other to set them fighting with each other as fiercely as possible."
Stalin was also eyeing up a further desirable outcome, the chance to expand his communist empire.
What would be the harm if, as a result of the rout of Poland, we were to extend the socialist system onto new territories and populations?
For Hitler, the pact also opened the door to conquest. He He could now turn all his energy and attention to planning the invasion of France. Joseph Goebbels noted Hitler's hopes for a long-term collaboration with Stalin.
1st of October 1939. Conference with the Führer in private. He is convinced of Russia's loyalty. After all, Stalin is set to pocket a huge profit.
But Stalin saw no such loyalty in Hitler. Mein Kampf was etched in his mind. Above all, Hitler's youthful ambition to conquer Russian territory for the new German Reich.
If we speak of territory in Europe today, we can primarily have in mind only Russia and her vassal border states.
Because he calculated that Hitler might still one day turn on him, Stalin set out to build a line of buffer zone to protect himself against possible Nazi attack. He forced the Baltic states, Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia, to accept Russian garrisons. He told the Latvian delegation,
"There has been an unexpected turn, but one cannot rely upon it. We must be prepared in time. Others who were not prepared paid for it. The Germans might attack us."
Stalin also tried to bully Finland into giving him a swathe of territory as a further buffer. The Finns refused. Stalin invaded their country. It was a disaster. Within days, thousands of frozen Russian corpses littered the snow. Finally, the Finns were beaten, but not before killing 125,000 Russian soldiers. Stalin sent in his political commissars to shoot the Soviet commanders. But the real fault was his own. His terror had got rid of the Red Army's best officers. As Goebbels noted, the Red Army's incompetence offered Hitler yet more comfort.
15th of March 1940. The Russians can never become dangerous for us. If Stalin shoots his own generals, we won't need to do it. So far, we've had nothing but advantages from our alliance with Russia.
On May the 10th, 1940, Hitler, with his Eastern Front secured by Stalin, launched his blitzkrieg to the west. The German army sliced through France, Belgium and Holland. The British were driven from the continent. For Hitler, it was a triumph. For Stalin, a disaster. Nikita Khrushchev, later Russia's Prime Minister, recalled Stalin's reaction to Hitler's lightning victory.
"I remember being at Schneider. He was extremely nervous. He was racing around, cursing like a cab driver. He cursed the French. He cursed the English. How could they allow Hitler to defeat them, to crush them? Stalin not only saw the superiority of the German army, he knew that the Germans sensed our weakness because of the war we had fought with Finland.
On June the 17th, 1940, the French government sued for peace. The long-lasting and mutually destructive war of the capitalist and fascist states, which Stalin had so gleefully anticipated, was over in a trice. The next day, as Hitler celebrated in Munich with the Italian dictator Mussolini, Stalin, with gritted teeth, sent his...
Netflix killed Blockbuster. Uber killed taxi cabs. And now there's a new income app that's killing the traditional... No, it's not.
Congratulations on the Wehrmacht's splendid success. Hitler, victory had lanced a boil. Germany's defeat in the First World War had been avenged. Now, for the first time in his political life, he wanted a rest from conquest, and, reverting to his old instincts, peace with Britain. The Italian foreign minister, Count Galeazzo Ciano, was also in Munich and observed Hitler's state of mind.
Hitler makes many reservations on the desirability of dismantling the British Empire, which he considers even today to be an important factor in world equilibrium.
Dang, I chipped a nail.
Hitler is now like the gambler who, having made a big win, would like to leave the table risking nothing more.
But Stalin feared that Hitler, having won his victory in the West, might immediately be tempted by his long-held ambition of expanding to the East. Stalin now embarked on a hugely risky double strategy, going on a 10-day land grab to expand and protect his empire, while also trying not to provoke Hitler. He occupied the Baltic states and Bessarabia, the northern province of Romania. This was allowed under the Nazi-Soviet pact. But he also decided to invade another Romanian province, Bukovina. It was not assigned to Stalin under the pact. Hitler's chief of staff, General Franz Halder, noted Hitler's alarm in his diary.
25th of June 1940. The issue of Bukovina raised by Russia is new and goes beyond our agreements with the Russians.
At precisely this moment,
good night, Jay. I appreciate you hanging out with us.
Unexpected twist.
Always nice to have you here. Hopefully no problems with the stream when we start up tomorrow.
Received his first letter from Winston Churchill.
I think we finally got it.
Become British Prime Minister on the day Hitler launched his Blitzkrieg. It was an appeal to Stalin to beware of Hitler and come over to Britain's side. Stalin did not reply. Instead, to show Hitler his loyalty, he reported Churchill's approach to Berlin. Hitler now began to make his own interpretation of these two pieces of evidence: Stalin's rapacity in Romania and Churchill's approach.
Hey now. Positive, no, I'm just kidding. Positive only.
Hitler had described to his adjutant.
We have it figured out for sure. I know what the settings should be now. I even have them videoed.
My brain works like a calculating machine. Each person who makes the presentation to me introduces into this calculating machine a small wheel of information. There forms a certain picture or a number on each wheel. I press a button and there flashes into my mind the sum of all this information.
Now the Hitler calculating machine began to build a conspiracy theory, which would have devastating consequences. On July the 6th, 1940, Hitler, the victor in Europe, returned to Berlin to a hero's welcome.
Our wonderful July sun shines all over the place. An
all over the place.
The city. The crowd roars. The station looks like a great banqueting hall. Then the Führer arrives. A roar of joy fills the station.
On this day, Hitler's army chief, General Keitel, called him the greatest warlord in history. But amid his triumph,
Genghis Khan.
Hitler was increasingly tormented by one overriding thought. As far as he was concerned, he had won the war. So why did the British not recognize that fact and make peace with him? He began to convince himself that there must be some external factor that Britain and Churchill were relying on. A week after the Day of Glory in Berlin, General Halder recorded a momentous development in Hitler's reasoning.
13th of July, 1940. The Führer is greatly puzzled by Britain's persistent unwillingness to make peace. He sees the answer in Britain's hope in Russia.
On July the 19th, 1940, in a speech to the Reichstag, Hitler made his final plea for peace to Britain. Churchill and the British were not interested. Later that day, a further wheel of information from the United States entered Hitler's mind. Franklin Roosevelt was nominated.
Whatever you do not hit that skip add button. You would be making the biggest financial mistake of your life. Today, I'm
gonna hit it. Sorry.
Nominated by the Democrat Party to run for president for the third time. His acceptance speech contained an attack on Nazi aggression. Hitler was now seeing spectres across the globe.
22nd of July, 1940. Führer's view. Reasons for continuation of war by Britain. 1. It hopes for a change in America. 2. It puts hope in Russia. Stalin is flirting with Britain to keep her in the war and tie us down.
Hitler retreated to the mountains of Obersalzberg. The delusion was building. Here, the summer before, he'd been dreaming up his pact with Stalin. Now he suspected him.
Yeah, cook myself.
At the end of July, he announced to his generals the result of weeks of agonized reflection.
31st of July, 1940, 11:30, Berghof. Führer concludes Russia is the factor on which Britain is relying the most. Something must have happened in London. The British were completely down. Now they have perked up again. With Russia smashed, Britain's last hope would be shattered. The sooner Russia is crushed, the better. If we were to start in May 1941, we would have 5 months to finish the job.
It was, as yet, only an idea. But two enormous delusions. The first that he had already won the war, and the second that some secret deal was brewing between Britain and Russia, were leading Hitler down the road to catastrophe. For Hitler, the invasion of Russia was still only a contingency plan, should all other means of forcing the British to make peace fail. The autumn of 1940 now brought 4 long months of frustration. The RAF defeated the Luftwaffe in the Battle of Britain.
I made a bolt.
Plans for a cross-channel invasion were quietly shelved.
I can't see if you can see it.
Yet despite these setbacks, Hitler kidded himself that he'd done enough.
15th of October, 1940. Führer on military situation. War is won. Rest is mere question of time.
It's warm in here. I need to turn the AC on. We'll hang out until the end of this video.
The British to come to terms.
So another 15.
And he had become split.
We'll hang out until 3:30.
Moving
another 35 minutes.
But also wanting Stalin to join him in the fight against
Hollow
Britain.
plugs, no, but I could make 00 gauges, yes. Probably around $100.
Major Gerhard Engel noted in his diary.
4th of November 1940. Führer visibly depressed. He conveys the impression that at the moment he does not know how things should proceed.
Then came the defining moment. November the 12th, 1940, the Russian Foreign Minister, Vyacheslav Molotov, arrived in Berlin at Hitler's invitation. Molotov was given the full Nazi fanfare, but the conversations that followed were tense. Hitler's purpose in summoning Molotov was to offer Russia a share of the spoils of victory if it helped him finish off the British. He told him,
shoot me a message on Instagram. So for that, I would need to order most likely graphite molds for it. That would take a while to come in. The hardest part about that would be getting them perfect. Do you want them just flared? Just normal flared? What's actually funny is I have double zeros myself, so I could make sure they fit my ears before sending them out to you. Oh. Gotta be careful where I pause it. I don't want those symbols on the screen for too long, just in case. But yeah, we can start doing gauges. They make graphite molds for them, but I could just do it myself, honestly. And we have a couple different colors we could use. Actually, now that I think of it, I could make hollow. Hollow might even be easier. I would want the graphite mold for it though, just to make sure. I mean, I could honestly, now that in blue, like this. This is a really nice blue, like a robin's egg blue. I might be able to do them hollow. Do you want it like hollow, like through? And you realize those will be super delicate, right? You gotta be super, super careful with those. If you drop them, they'll break, but you gotta be careful. You don't want to smash into anything with your head too. That would not be good things. I'm trying to think. Is it good? Yeah, I could do that. Do hollow double zeros and this. It's possible. It is possible. Sweet, yeah, I could do that. I could do that for 100. How would you want to pay for that? I could actually start the prep for it tonight, if you would like. If you're ready to pay for it now, or if you are looking to get those ASAP. We can do Cash App, PayPal, or Zelle, and I can type those into chat here. Honestly, just would need to be like this. I was about to say I'm gauging how big it would be. Get it? Get it? PayPal? That is the email for that. Let me double check before you send out. It's always good to double check the email. What was I gonna say? I was about to say something. Snoopfolio@gmail. Yeah. So 100 shipped. Double zeros, just regular flare, right? Woo, Ric Flair. What do I have in this one? I have one in that side too. Oops. Oops.
Fragments of its empire will be left all over the world. It's time to think about division of this property without a master after our victory.
But Stalin wasn't interested in joining Hitler's war or speculative carve-ups of the British Empire. His instructions to Molotov were to find out what Hitler's troops were up to in Finland and Romania, places right on his doorstep. Molotov put the questions bluntly. Hitler gave vague reassurances. Despite the superficial courtesies, Molotov's cold arrogance and his needling on the question of territory in Eastern Europe infuriated Hitler, and it reinvigorated him.
15th of November 1940.
A little bit more flared, yeah.
The Russian plans
a
were
little bit on the more flared side.
Molotov had let the cat out of the bag.
Let me know when you send that. We can start that whenever you send that over.
It would not
Let me grab my calipers.
When Molotov reported back to Moscow on the talks in Berlin, Stalin realized that Hitler was turning against him. In early December, he told his generals,
yes, it does take money to make money in trading, but what if someone
else provided you
with the trading power of a $100,000 funded account, along with expert trading alerts to help you learn to win consistently, allowing you to make $30,000 each month in profit without risking any of your own money? It has never been a better time to learn to trade financial markets. Right now, more money is being put into the financial markets today than ever before, and recent events have contributed to increased volatility.
We know that Hitler is intoxicated by his victories and believes that the Red Army will need at least 4 years to prepare for war. Obviously, 4 years would be more than enough for us, but we must be ready much earlier. We will try to delay the war for another 2 years.
But Hitler was moving at a pace Stalin could not imagine.
And I have the size sheet.
He issued war.
I've got the size sheet pulled up on my phone as well. So we've got the calipers. It's great that we are the same size, because that's how I'll use it as a reference. Make sure they fit in my ears. Obviously, I'll clean them before sending them to you.
Directive number 23.
The German Wehrmacht must be prepared before the ending of the war against England to crush Soviet Russia in a rapid campaign.
The invasion date was set for May 1941. But behind the order lay uncertainty.
18th of December 1940. I'm convinced that the Führer himself does not know how it will turn out. He's very concerned at the lack of clarity as regards the strength of the Russians. Hopes for an English surrender. Does not think America will enter the war.
Hitler had finally made the momentous decision. A war on two fronts. The very thing he'd sought to avoid when he first made his pact with
His
Stalin.
mustache is so funny looking. It's not even like a solid line
So
over
he
because he has
deluded
lip
himself
lines.
that one front, Britain, was already won. It simply required a knockout blow against Russia for the British to understand their defeat. Hitler's line of reasoning never began to occur to Stalin. He believed that Hitler either had to beat Churchill or make a deal with him before he could think of turning against Russia. In early 1941, he told Politburo members,
"We must cherish no illusions. Fascist Germany is clearly preparing for an attack on the Soviet Union. Why does Hitler want to make an agreement with England? Because he wants to avoid war on two fronts."
Stalin was trusting Hitler to act rationally.
Let me know when you send that over, Matt.
Russia at the same time was clearly irrational. But Stalin failed to realize that despite their similarities, there was one profound difference between him and Hitler, which made his perfect logic irrelevant. He himself was a methodical, calculating, hard-working man, a master of detail, personally signing death lists at one
You know when you start itching your foot?
the other.
Like after it's been in the sock for a long time,
production in his notebook.
and that shit just starts itching real bad.
Hitler, by contrast, was at heart an idle dreamer. He He once described why he loved the mountains of Obersalzberg.
When I go to Obersalzberg, I'm not drawn there merely by the beauty of the landscape. I feel myself far from petty things. My imagination is stimulated. When I study a problem elsewhere, I see it less clearly. I'm submerged by the details. By night at the Berghof, I often remain for hours with my eyes open, contemplating from my bed mountains lit up by the moon. It's at such moments that brightness enters my mind.
For Hitler, the big idea was never to be disrupted by small facts. And having made up his mind to attack Russia for tactical reasons, the original and biggest idea...
Do you have another form of payment? Cash App? Do you have Zelle? Or if you give me your email for there, I can just request it from you. If you just type your email into chat here, I can request it.
Was reasserting itself. The ideological struggle against Jews and Bolsheviks. Throughout 1940, Hitler had hardly mentioned the Jews. But on January the 30th, 1941, in his traditional speech marking the anniversary of the Nazis' rise to power, he repeated a chilling threat he first made before the war broke out.
International Finanzjustrum ist und außerhalb Europas geringen sollte, die Folge noch einmal in einen Weltkrieg beschlossen, dann wird das Ergebnis nicht die Bolschewisierung der Erde und damit der Sieg des Judentums sein, sondern die Vernichtung der jüdischen Rasse in Europa.
At a series of conferences with his generals in the spring of 1941, Hitler made his aims brutally clear.
3rd of March 1941. The forthcoming campaign will lead to a showdown between two different ideologies. The Jewish Bolshevik intelligentsia must be eliminated. 30th of March. We must forget the concept of comradeship between soldiers. This is a war of extermination.
While Hitler planned his annihilation, Stalin still believed he had at least a year to prepare. On April the 13th, 1941, he moved to protect his bag, signing a pact with Hitler's ally, Japan. Stalin was thrilled with his coup and got happily tipsy with the Japanese Foreign Minister Matsuoka. But he was still following his double strategy. As he said goodbye to Matsuoka, the German military attaché in Moscow was present. Stalin told him,
"We must remain friends, and we must now do everything to that end. We will stay friends with you, whatever happens."
But Stalin knew such long-term friendship was a fantasy. Soon after, he told graduates of Moscow's military academy,
"There will be war, and the enemy will be Germany."
But that war would not happen yet. Up until this point,
What up, Nevada?
was
We got the Dono King set up. You're in the number one spot.
With Germany and was steadily preparing for it. But a bizarre twist would now propel him into his own huge delusion. In April 1941, Stalin received his second letter from Winston Churchill. Like the first, it would have an electrifying effect on his duel with Hitler. Churchill told him the British had received intelligence reports of German troop movements, which could only be preparations for a Nazi attack on Russia. Stalin was instantly suspicious. not of Hitler, but of Churchill. He told his army chiefs,
Britain is threatening us with the Germans and threatening the Germans with the Soviet Union. They're playing us off against each other.
Then on May 10th, 1941, in one of the war's strangest moments, Hitler's deputy, Rudolf Hess, took off from Germany in a Messerschmitt fighter, flew across the North Sea, and parachuted to the ground in Scotland. At that time, Stalin's assistant, present at his key meetings, was Yuri Chudaya, who noted down and later typed up.
We are going to make a recycler.
From
a
Chudaya's
larger
unpublished
recycler.
record, it is possible to piece together how Churchill's message and Hess's flight began to lead Stalin towards a conspiracy theory which would have immensely destructive consequences for his country. 3 days after Hess landed, Chudayev recorded the interpretation Stalin gave of these two events.
On the one hand, Churchill sends us a personal message in which he warns us about Hitler's aggressive intentions. And on the other hand, the British meet Hess, who is undoubtedly Hitler's confidant. What is the conclusion then? Apparently, when Churchill sent us his personal warning, he believed that we would activate our military machine. Then Hitler would have a direct and fair reason to launch a preventive crusade against the Soviet Union.
In Stalin's eyes, Churchill's warning was deliberately designed to provoke a war between Germany and Russia. And Churchill was meeting Hess
remember that
should
leaderboard
strike first.
is for Super Chat. That leaderboard is for Super Chat only. That is the Super Chat leaderboard. A new member has been, a cult member has been ordained. Mia, welcome to the cult. Very happy to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Part of the ship, part of the crew, part of the ship, part of the crew. Gotta wait till payday. That's usually Friday for most people, right? There's a bunch of fucking frit still in here from pumpkin making. I need to wash this out here in a sec. Oh, I gotta show it to her. Ah, my ankle! The fucking bottom rungs of the stool are right at ankle height.
As he brooded on this idea, Stalin concluded that Churchill was not the only provocateur. On June the 5th, he told his military chiefs,
England, France, and America see in Germany the only hope to get rid of Bolshevism, and therefore help the Nazis in all possible ways in their crusade to the East.
This deduction, that the democratic nations of Europe and America were ganging up on him, became a blinding article.
When did we get a notification, Mia? When you joined, did a notification come up on the screen? Did that happen? Because I couldn't see the entire screen. I want to make sure our notifications are working. If that happened, then we're good. Why are our reviewers hidden? It says it over here in chat. Did it say to do this? Did it do that little... Did it do that, dude? I know it gave us a notification here in actual chat, but there should be notifications that overlay here that every time that goes through. I just want to make sure they're activated. It worked when I clicked it, so it should work whenever it went through for whenever you did it. It did? Okay, cool. You got it to work, Matt?
May and June, intelligence reports gave warning after warning of imminent German attack. Stalin dismissed every one of them.
We got it!
As part of the great
We'll get started on that right now for you.
On June the 12th, he told his generals,
I am certain that Hitler will not risk creating a second front by
You got 3 new figures this week? Nice.
Hitler is not such an idiot.
Millions of German troops gathered within striking distance of Russia's borders. Operation Barbarossa, as it was now called, was scheduled for 10 days.
Scheduled?
June
Why the fuck
22nd.
did he say it like that?
The duel between Hitler and Stalin was reaching its end game. As Operation Barbarossa drew near, Hitler convinced himself he was fulfilling his destiny. On June the 16th, 1941, with 6 days to go, he told Goebbels,
That which we have spent our lives fighting, we will now annihilate. Whether right or wrong, we must win. And when we have won, who will ask about the method?
That day, a Soviet spy in the Luftwaffe sent yet another warning of imminent German attack. Stalin retorted,
Tell the source in this.
The physicist behind the H-bomb has just broken his long silence to issue a chilling warning to Americans.
Staff of the German Air Force to his mother.
On June the 18th, Stalin's 2 top generals, Zhukov and Timoshenko, pleaded with him for a full alert. Stalin reminded them that Hitler could not attack without first doing a deal with Britain.
You have to realize that Germany will never fight Russia on their own. You must understand this.
On June the 20th, 2 days to go, Hitler chose his fanfare for victory. A passage from Liszt's symphonic poem, Les Préludes.
Have to be on guard. Called Molotov this morning. Molotov says the situation is unclear. There is a major game underway.
Why?
Napoleon had once invaded Russia. Hitler followed in his footsteps.
At 3:30 a.m., the attack begins. The greatest deployment in world history. The Führer is as if released from a bad dream, the nearer we get to the decisive moment. All his tiredness seems to disappear. I'm given a deep insight into his thoughts. We have no option but to attack. This cancerous abscess must be cauterized. Stalin will fall.
At 7 a.m., I was urgently summoned to the Kremlin. Germany has attacked the USSR. The war has begun. Stalin to me. They attacked us without declaring any grievances, without demanding any negotiations. They attacked us viciously, like gangsters.
Stalin's great conspiracy theory that the democracies were plotting to provoke him was shattered. His misreading of Hitler, the man he viewed as a rational strategist, was total. Hitler had completed an extraordinary mental journey. A year before, he had seen the invasion as a tactic to make Britain crumble. Now the ideology
not
he
yet,
had
Mia.
set out 20 years before had once again taken pride of place.
Shipping tomorrow.
He wrote to his Italian ally.
Everything that I still have in with me.
Let me say one more thing.
Got a few other things to ship out to.
Since I struggled through to this decision, I again feel spiritually free. The partnership with the Soviet Union was often very irksome to me, for in some way or other it seemed to me to be a break with my whole origin, my concepts, and my former obligations. I am happy now to be relieved of these mental agonies.
While Operation Barbarossa
cool beans.
It only shocked and depressed Stalin.
Cool beans.
His fury was directed equally at Hitler and at his own generals, whose positioning of their forces, insisted upon by Stalin himself, had allowed the Germans to smash through Russian defenses.
This is a monstrous crime. Those responsible must lose their heads.
NKVD units were sent to the front to arrest the guilty men. The commander, General Pavlov, was shot. 5 days later, Stalin remarked,
Lenin founded our state, and we fucked it up.
The Red Army, taken by surprise because Stalin had refused to allow it to prepare, was in headlong retreat. 2 weeks after the invasion, General Halder noted in his diary,
3rd of July 1941. It is probably no overstatement to say that the Russian campaign has been won in the space of 2 weeks.
Militarily, Barbarossa turned the war on its head, and his experience with Hitler also had a vital psychological effect on Stalin. He later remarked,
When you're trying to make a decision, never put yourself into the mind of the other person, because if you do, you can make a terrible mistake.
Stalin had lost the mind game. Hitler had outwitted him. But Hitler would be the eventual loser. His decision to attack Russia signed the death warrant of his own dreams of empire and of European imperialism in general. And it would create an unlikely coalition of 3 ideologically opposed warlords to fight him. But the relationship between the 2 great democrats of that coalition began with another mental duel, which ran in parallel with the duel of the dictators. It too was riddled with mutual suspicions, false promises, and evasion. It too would shape the destiny of the world.
Now what? One sec.
The ego produces reactions to the
Aftermath of the world's most deadliest natural disasters.
There's a way to make an entrance.
The fuck is this?
There's now a conspiracy everything.
Download the... On average, between 50 and 60 volcanoes erupt every year. About 20 are erupting at any given moment. Are vents in the Earth's surface. Most take place within the Ring of Fire, an area around the Pacific Basin where tectonic plates collide, allowing molten rock or magma to be released. Thick magma loaded with gas triggers explosive eruptions. Thinner magma with less gas is less volatile. Bare and characterized eruptions, scientists have developed the volcanic explosivity index, or VEI scale. Each notch up the scale gives a higher ash cloud, more ejected material, and greater explosive energy. The events profiled here begin with a non-explosive eruption, and peak with a planet-altering super eruption, one that experts say will eventually happen. Hawaii is a stunning tropical paradise. But under the brilliant sands and lush forests simmers a cauldron of tremendous heat and violence. This is the site of one of the most spectacular volcanic creations on the planet. All of the Hawaiian Islands are volcanoes, built over 70 million years by a powerful geological formation called, appropriately, a hotspot.
The hotspot is a narrow zone which has an excess amount of heat in it. The heat rises, and relatively near the Earth's surface, the heat melts the rocks, and then that melted rock erupts as lava.
February 1983, Kilauea on the big island of Hawaii sends lava thunders 80 meters into the air. Because the magma is thin and doesn't contain much gas, the eruption is not explosive, but it's still dangerous. For 7 years, the eruption continues. The lava inches forward, slow enough to outrun, but totally unstoppable. In February 1990, it reaches the fishing village of Kalapana. Hundreds are evacuated.
It became a very painful experience, actually, to watch this because it was just creeping through town. You know, every week or so, another block's worth of houses were gone.
Residents have time to pack up their belongings, and in some cases, their entire homes. Others can only watch as the lava destroys their past.
We moved out that afternoon, and 2 days later, our home was engulfed by a flame. We were able to watch the lava coming to our yard.
By December, the entire village is gone, buried under more than 15 meters of molten rock.
Behind me is the eastern edge of what used to be the town of Kalapana. In 1990, there were about 150 homes out here, and they've been buried by about 5 stories worth of lava.
Despite the hardships caused by the volcano, some Hawaiians see beyond their personal tragedy. They respect the power and the beauty of the lava, a force they worship as a goddess named Helene.
We don't really resent or feel like it was a loss for us because we know that hey, this is her land, her island, and she can come anytime she wants to and go anywhere she wants to.
The Hawaiians were unable to stop Kilauea's enormous lava flow. But 4,800 kilometers away, an entire nation took a desperate stand when a volcano threatened one of their towns. On January 23, 1973, the Eldfell volcano erupts on the Icelandic island of Plea. A slow-moving lava flow more than 10 meters high threatens to engulf the village of Vestmannaeyjar. The
The majority of the village is evacuated, but a dedicated team stays behind to confront the formidable force.
Bring in the Avatar!
5 months, crews spray approximately 6 million cubic meters of seawater onto the lava flows. Nearly 4 million cubic meters of molten lava is converted into solid rock. The village is saved. Such a Herculean effort is impossible to kill away. The flow is simply too great. The lava that destroyed Kalapana plows on, pouring into the sea in spectacular collisions.
When the lava goes into the ocean, it makes one of probably the most beautiful places on the flow field, but it's also one of the most dangerous.
Below the solidifying lava, unstable sand is prone to sudden and violent collapse.
All of a sudden, all this hot lava is on the surface, it just snaps off, the ocean rushes in, and it creates huge explosions. And send gigantic plumes of material up in the air, and they cover maybe 3 or 4 football fields in area, sending out rocks the size of like soccer balls and basketballs all over the area.
This impressive display is a glimpse of prehistoric times with volcanoes first formed land. The same process is still happening today.
It builds new beaches, and then these beaches, the lava then can flow over, and it builds that out, the sequential set of beaches, and then lava flow, beach, lava flow, and it builds out a new...
Alright, we've got our color prepped up.
We call it lava delta.
For those, now we need to stretch it down to size.
Plea has displaced almost 200 families.
Put it in the kiln now, though.
Millions of dollars worth of property. In that same time, it's added more than 200 hectares of land to the island, continuing the 70 million...
What happens if you own like beachfront property and more beachfront gets added? Do you own that property now too?
The volcano creates and destroys at the same time. Its slowly oozing magma is a permanent threat, but rarely produces a violent explosion. In our next event, thicker magma trapped in a geological powder cake triggers a much more explosive volcanic eruption. Lethal white-hot clouds of gas descend on thousands of people, wiping out an entire Caribbean capital. And later, in our mega-disaster scenario, a supervolcano strikes the heart of Europe, demolishing a major city and casting a shadow.
Let me see why you're leaking my elbow.
Lava fountains and flows of Kilauea on the big island of Hawaii both create and destroy, but really are lethal. But there are much more explosive and dangerous volcanoes, ones that spew out deadly gas and ash clouds.
Lucy, you got such a cold nose.
One such volcano ravaged half a nation and sent 19 to their graves.
That means it's disconnected.
Is a lush
whenever it does that.
Retreat. But in 1995, the Soufriya Hills volcano, quiet for nearly 400 years, rumbles back to life. Over the next 2 years, multiple eruptions shoot ash thousands of feet into the air. The capital of Plymouth is evacuated twice. Each time, the residents return, hoping the volcano's rage is over.
Lucy,
on June 25th, 1997, those hopes are buried.
Watch out, Stinky. Turn the AC on real quick.
At 1 p.m., a giant ash cloud erupts nearly 10 kilometers high. In the next 30 minutes, close to 800-degree mixtures of ash and rock race downhill at more than 100 kilometers an hour. The lethal clouds are called pyroclastic flows. Roy Daly lives 3 kilometers.
Eden to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you...
From the volcano. He hears the
husky begging.
To see the flow racing by him.
Is that loud begging?
50 meters away.
Started to feel some heat, and the darkness started to roll over the road. So I got in my car and I sped away like crazy. I drove on top the hill, away from the pyroclastic flow.
The force
of a thick mixture of gas, ash, and rocks flattens everything in its path. Roy watches helplessly as entire villages are destroyed. He's managed to escape the pyroclastic flows, but he's not out of danger yet.
I thought I was gonna live. It was so dark that if you put your hands to your face, you couldn't see it. Hot ash raining down on you. Real hot ash. I felt scared. I couldn't move. I couldn't see. I couldn't breathe.
Loud screaming.
So, of course, I felt I was gonna die. But I was hoping I didn't die, and I didn't.
Roy is finally evacuated by helicopter. To escape. Dr. Sue Laughlin is the director of the National Observatory and a witness to the eruption.
The maximum speed of pyroclastic flows on that day could have been in excess of
I wasn't expecting that voice.
miles per hour. Even though people saw it coming, there was very little they could do to make their escape.
They saw it.
Cubic meters of flow covers thousands of square kilometers of land, damages or demolishes more than 100 and destroys the island's only airport. Other than one ferry service, Montserrat is cut off from the rest of the world. But the volcano is not finished. Over the next 4 months, eruptions and pyroclastic flows continue to devastate the island.
We've had over 70 explosions in 1 month. Sometimes there were 4 explosions a day. Each explosion generated a mushroom cloud which rose rapidly to great heights above the volcano. Each explosion generated pyroclastic flows which spread in all directions around the volcano. You can see behind me the impact on Gage's mountain of surges as they came over the mountain during one of these explosions and singed and burned all the vegetation there.
The pyroclastic flows toll on the island's natural resources is immense. The human toll is 19 lives. The cause of this violent and tragic eruption lies deep below the lush island. The same process that created this tropical paradise threatens to destroy it. Here, the North and South American tectonic plates combine with and plunge below the Caribbean plate in a process called subduction.
Dude, the audio mixing on this is awful.
It takes place at about 130 kilometers depth, that's about 80 miles below the surface of the Earth. As the plate goes down, parts of it melt, and this forms magma. And the magma works its way up to the surface over many thousands of years.
Unlike Kilauea, the Soufriere Hills volcano produces thick magma. Over thousands of years, it forms the classic steep volcanic cone called a stratovolcano. The magma contains a variety of gases, all under intense pressure. It slowly rises until it reaches the Earth's surface when the pressure is released. Just like a bottle of champagne, the gases suddenly expand.
Oh no, they're good with whatever. That's very thoughtful of you, Cal. Yeah, they'd love anything.
Thousands of kilometers away in Bari, Italy, scientists are studying Soufriere Hill's most lethal side effect.
The purpose of this experiment is to understand the dynamics of pyroclastic flows, so to be prepared for the next event.
Dr. Danilo and his team load about 200 kilos of actual volcanic ash from Mount Vesuvius into a cylinder. Pressurized gas creates an explosion that ejects the ash. The volcanologists track the height, direction, and density of the ash with a variety of instruments and high-speed cameras. The hornets here are big enough to be accurately scaled up to actual events, something that could not be achieved in a lab. The experiments have determined that both the amount of magma and the force applied to it are critical to the creation of pyroclastic flows. Next, researchers will match the test with the topography of specific volcanoes. They'll then be able to pinpoint specific areas where pyroclastic flows are likely to strike. Local authorities can evacuate those areas prior to an eruption, potentially saving many lives. But tragically, for those on the path of stratovolcanoes like Soufriere Hills, pyroclastic flows and ash aren't the only threats. flames run down the channels created by the pyroclastic flows, transforming them into massive mudslides called lahars.
Most of this debris that we see around us is caused by lahars, washing all the pyroclastic flow debris further down the hill and progressively burying Plymouth under all this mud and boulders.
Lahars have buried so much of Plymouth that the city has been permanently abandoned. They were the volcano's final salvo.
I'm just going to click random stuff and something I'm sure is going to come.
That bombastic bubbling plastic.
The Soufriere Hills volcano destroyed more than 1,000 homes, left more than half of the island uninhabitable, and destroyed the nation's capital. About 4,500 people remain on the once thriving island of 12,000.
It was sad to see people just having to go by droves out of Montreal. But it was understandable because these people lost their properties. It was a pure strength why I stayed here. I mean, you had no place to go, no place to live, with families and friends, being shut up still in schools and churches. It was difficult and it was very sad.
But the volcano has also created new opportunities that have helped revitalize the island. Volcano-related tourism is rising. Roy Daly owns and operates the tour bus business.
People are anxious to see a live volcano. I don't think there's any place on the face of the earth that you could see a live volcano from approximately 1 mile from it bubbling and rolling and rocking, right?
The Soufriere Hills multiple pyroclastic flows and lahars were lethal and
multiple pyroclastic, bombastic, bubbling plastic.
Free of volcanic explosivity index. But when a VEI-5 fires a single 24 megaton blast, it destroys thousands of acres of land and kills dozens of people. And later, scientists explored the potential for a super eruption, one unseen in modern times, one that would kill millions. The pyroclastic flows and lahars of the Soufriere Hills volcano on Montserrat destroyed the island's capital, killed 19, and changed the nation's landscape and thousands of lives forever. In 1980, America's Pacific Northwest experienced a different and rare type of eruption that acted like a giant cannon blast, flattening entire forests and killing dozens. Majestic range stretching from Canada to northern California. Hundreds of thousands of hikers and skiers find refuge and adventure here. But in the spring of 1980, one of the Cascades' crown jewels begins to fracture. In March, small earthquakes ripple deep below the peak of Mount St. Helens. After more than 120 years of slumber, the mountain is awakening.
Seismicity is typical of volcanoes when they reawaken, because as molten rock tries to push its way up underneath the volcano, it makes a lot of noise in terms of shouldering inside the hard rock that makes the edifice of the volcano itself.
As much as I like this color, it's hard to work with on at small levels like
by the
we're trying
mountain's
to do.
activity decides to get a
I'm going to
closer
read you
look.
this section.
Mount St. Helens was erupting about every 5 or 8 days. I had gone to a place called Bear Meadow to try to get a view of one of these small summit eruptions.
Ronholm gets far more than he does. At 8:42 on the morning of May 18, a magnitude 5.1 earthquake ripped through the volcano's north side. 2.8 billion cubic meters of earth falls at speeds of up to 257 kilometers an hour.
I was reading a book in my truck when I heard some people yelling, and I looked over at the mountain, and the entire north side of the mountain was sliding down.
The Earth's movement releases the enormous pressure holding the magma inside the volcano. A 24 megaton blast over 1,800 times more powerful than the Hiroshima atomic bomb shatters the north face of the mountain. The blast is unusual in that it doesn't shoot straight up as most eruptions do. This is a rare lateral blast, slamming a huge cloud of rocks, trees and ash approximately 180 degrees out from the mountain.
There was a puff of dark gray churning ash, and within 10 to 15 seconds, that ash had expanded out and it covered the entire mountain. All of this was happening silently, and there was no noise to reinforce my flight response. I was 10 miles away, and you don't at least initially feel like something's going to hurt you from 10 miles away. So I stood there and I took pictures, and I was fascinated by watching this event.
As the huge cloud of debris races over the two ridges between the volcano and Ronholm at 483 kilometers an hour, Pete suddenly realizes he's in serious danger.
As I'm driving out, I took one last picture over my shoulder, and it's a little motion blurred, but I couldn't take time to frame it or stop because I was driving, and I remember looking back at the little parking area, realizing that I was the last person to leave and thinking maybe I waited a little bit too long because this cloud was rushing towards me.
Luckily for Ronholm, the strongest part of the blast heads north and northwest. The portion that's heading northeast.
Stop being so nice to
Oh yeah, I know, it's fine.
Will never equal turned on or attracted to. I know you want them to be wildly attracted to.
Directly towards him has less energy, allowing him to escape down the mountain. The lateral blast spews ash and gas up to a height of 24 kilometers. Less than an hour later, a vertical eruption sends more ash skyward. Into this grim scene flies Jess Hageman with the Washington Army National Guard.
Most of the trees were blown over by the eruption, and we're talking about 14, 15 miles downstream of Mount St. Helens. The whole landscape was changed. It made you feel like sort of a gnat flying around the universe, because in comparison to the size of the eruption, it was amazing.
Amazing and horrific. 800-degree pyroclastic flows race down the sea.
Bombastic pyroclastic.
29 kilometers an hour. In some places, they are 37 meters thick. In the early hours of the disaster, the enormity of the destruction to the landscape is impossible to comprehend. But it only takes one sobering moment for Jess Hageman to realize the human toll. Rescuers find a handful of stunned survivors, but the eruption kills 37, mostly camels and children.
They killed 37?
9 hours after it started, the eruption Before the eruption, Mount St. Helens stood at 2,949 meters shorter. Now, it's 401 meters shorter. The blast destroyed enough trees to build 300,000 houses. Thousands of logs still litter Spirit Lake, 5 kilometers from the summit. The volcano shot out more than 508 million tons of ash that spread across the entire U.S. in 3 days. 2 days after the eruption, geologists get their first close look at the desolation.
It was like walking on the moon. I had never seen anything like it. This entire area, 600 square kilometers or 230 square miles, was totally devastated. There wasn't a living thing in that entire area. Not an insect or a bird or an animal. There color, and it was this gray color of the deposits. The ground was covered with hot rocks, and there were fumes and hot gases coming out of the ground all over the place.
In the months following the eruption, teams of experts carefully study every facet of the mountain. One oddity among surveillance was that some people heard the eruption as far away as Canada, but eyewitnesses like Keith Rothholm, just 16 kilometers away, heard nothing.
Because of the way the temperature structure in the atmosphere gets cooler and heightened, the sound waves from explosions are bent away from the surface of the Earth. And when they reach the stratosphere and the temperature again increases with height, they're bent back down. So no one between 6 and 60 miles from Mount St. Helens heard the May 18th eruption.
Since 1980, the mountain has experienced tens of thousands of small earthquakes and numerous minor eruptions. Most significantly, since 2004, the volcano has been continuously erupting lava, creating a giant lava dome that is still growing today. It's volcanologists like Rick LaHoussen's job to find ways to monitor all of this activity.
So what we needed was a way to get our instruments out there very quickly without putting people on the ground in harm's way, and yet still be able to monitor changes in the eruption. So what we came up with is this stainless steel superstructure which kind of looks like a daddy long-legged spider, so we kind of call them spiders. This is a GPS antenna which receives timing signals from satellites and lets us locate exactly where this is. The signals go into the computer system, and then the data come out at the request from the officer and transmitted out through this antenna.
With the spider securely attached to a chopper, it's time to head into the belly of the beast. As they approach the crater, is visible,
we've got
out sulfur dioxide gas.
Our size.
This is proof that magma is reaching the surface with the potential to build to another eruption. The most dangerous moment for Rick and his pilot comes as they place the spider on the lava dome. This close to the crater floor, exploding rocks or a sudden burst of steam would easily kill them. Operating with the precision of surgeons, the men carefully place the spider directly on top of the lava dome. Within seconds, the device begins gathering and transmitting data. At the Cascades Volcano Observatory in Vancouver, Washington,
generating your own free endless supply of power is now easier than ever. It doesn't require any expensive fancy rooftop solar arrays or gas-guzzling generators. Instead, it uses a well-known principle discovered by one of the world's most well-known pioneers in energy technology, simply by harnessing the natural power flowing directly beneath you. This power supply is the perfect off-the-grid energy source which can power your home, cottage, trailer, or even your campsite. It's especially useful in cases of emergencies like severe weather, man-made disasters, or when the shaky government-run power grid goes down. The best part is, you can ameliorate your power bill and stop supporting the greedy energy monopolies for good. This amazing power supply is taking the energy world by storm.
Don't worry, I'm back.
Sure how long this video will be up, as the greedy energy...
Like I said, every time I walk away, it plays an ad.
Finder's digital camera images. Time-lapse photography shows the lava dome's formidable growth.
What's really phenomenal about this is how much rock is coming out of the ground.
Whoa!
It's taller than the Empire State
The Earth be
Building.
shitting.
It's coming up at 5 meters per day, more than 200 meters across, and it's right here in our backyard.
No conclusions have been drawn yet about the lava dome's rapid growth. Geologists warn that an eruption similar to the 1980 event is possible, but unlikely. They are certain, however, that future eruptions of some sort will occur. Whatever its future, the mountain's recent past continues to reverberate today, especially for those who were there.
It's just an amazing event to witness that we normally think of the Earth as being a very static, stable environment that doesn't change. But when you get to watch a volcanic eruption and you watch a giant piece of the Earth slide away, followed by this dynamic, churning ash cloud that flattens tens of square miles of forest, you realize how powerful nature can be and how powerful geologic forces can be.
massive amount of land and killed 57 people. Just one notch up the scale, a VEI-6 volcano kills hundreds when its huge eruption is followed by a long series of deadly side effects. And later, scientists reveal the unthinkable effects of a mega eruption that they guarantee will happen sometime in the future. The VEI-5 lateral blast eruption at Mount St. Helens flattened 600 square kilometers of land and killed 57 people. But there's one volcano that's a bit classified. It killed hundreds, afflicted millions, and affected the entire planet. Its eruption was just the first in a series of tragic events that went on for days, months, and years, that continue to this day. Luzon is the largest of the Philippine islands. It's home to 56 million people, the capital city of Manila, and Mount Pinatubo. For centuries, thousands have lived on and around the mountain. Farmers harvest rice and other crops from its fertile soil. What many locals didn't know or believe is that the mountain is a volcano. Even most experts who knew it was thought it was inactive. On June 9, 1991, the mountain erupts for the first time in more than 500 years. Eruptions, earthquakes, pyroclastic flows, and ash batter the island day and night. Geologist Dr. Kelvin Rodolfo arrives 4 days later.
Kelvin Rodolfo!
The amount of ash was falling so thickly you couldn't see any more than 20 feet. There were pieces the size of chicken eggs that were landing on us.
A massive eruption spews 5 cubic kilometers of volcanic debris 35 kilometers high. The top of the mountain collapsed.
I don't know how big a kilometer is.
Rodolfo is one of thousands trapped in the city of Olongapo, 33 kilometers from Pinatubo.
I was terrified continually during the eruption. Every 3 minutes or so there was a noticeable tremor. One of the magnitudes that would cause you impulsively to want to run outside of a building.
But outside, the scene is equally terrifying.
Heavy lightning was darting horizontally above people. And the clouds of thunder were practically simultaneous with the lightning.
This intra-cloud lightning is caused by static electricity in the ash cloud. It's seldom dangerous because it strikes horizontally instead of vertically. Still, fear of the conditions outside stops many locals from sweeping the ash off their roofs. Something that will have fatal consequences.
Trying to think of what we're going to do next. Or how we're going to do the next step.
On the same day as the eruption, a typhoon strikes Luzon. The heavy rains mix with the ash. Since ash
my fucking ankles
of rock and
this fucking stool, man.
Water turns it into a cement-like substance. For those with several centimeters of ash on their roofs, the mixture is a deadly one.
The passing typhoon saturated the ash with water, making it a lot heavier, causing roofs to fall in and pull the walls of houses in after them.
As if that isn't enough, vast pyroclastic flows fill the valleys around Pinatubo with debris. Once again, the typhoon turns a volcanic byproduct into a lethal weapon. Lahars. Lahars form when a large amount of debris rapidly mixes with a huge amount
I would not be
of water.
standing there. Did you see that?
The powerful mass churns downstream.
Yeah, I wouldn't be standing
destroying
anywhere
anything.
here.
So I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but I made $49,000 in the last 30 days copying and
Congratulations.
pasting.
And anyone unlucky enough to be caught in their path.
If you imagine a bulldozer traveling perhaps 15 miles per hour, hitting the substructure of a bridge, the bridge is taken out, and that's the impact that large rapid boulders have.
After 9 nightmarish hours, the eruption.
Anybody who's not aware, we've got a raffle going right now. $10 per spot, 10 spots available. Winner chooses their pick of the pumpkins. We've got 3 pumpkins here, and whoever wins gets this slide to go along with it. $10 per ticket. Oops, $10 per ticket. There is only 10 tickets available.
End. More than 300 people are dead, and tens of thousands are homeless. As bad as things are, they could have been much worse.
Oh, I can do fucking
prior to the eruption,
emojis too.
locals reported seismic activity. Ongoing scientific monitoring confirmed the reports. Guided by experts who pointed out specific high-risk zones, officials evacuated more than 58,000 people in the days and hours leading up to the eruption.
Prior to the eruption, we had made maps that anticipated where the tephra would fall, and that depended on the seasonal winds.
But in still another deadly development, the typhoon changed the wind direction. Areas that had been considered safe were inundated with a deadly mix of tephra,
I'm probably going to end up making myself a bear
that crushed homes and the people in them. As thousands begin the massive cleanup, the volcano's effects become global. 1 month after
Gotta
the
let that
eruption,
cool down
a
because I'm
huge
going to be
ash cloud circles the Earth.
slicing that end off
In
with
the upper
these.
atmosphere, sulfur dioxide is converted into sulfuric acid aerosols. They reflect the sun's radiation away from the Earth, cooling the entire planet's surface by 1 degree. The effects on the Earth's atmosphere will last more than 2 years. Back in the Philippines, the volcano's after effects continue. In the 3 months following the
Can't find my
eruption,
fucking hex
heavy
wrench.
rains trigger more than 200 lahars.
As time progressed and the
thought I put it in there.
The channels got larger and larger and became much more efficient conduits for the slurries to flow down.
To help the hundreds of thousands of people in harm's way, lookouts are stationed upriver. When they sight a lahar, they radio priests like Father Nestor Tayek, who ring their church bells in warning.
The bell sounds would be heard by the community any time of the night like an alarm, a warning. Warning, be prepared, lahar is coming.
But once again, a twist of fate conspires against the people of Luzon. In October 1995, another large typhoon strikes the island.
What's that? What do you mean, Matt? Will what still be available Thursday? What day is it today? Wednesday? 17 minutes until 4:20. I'll have these done tonight if that's what you're wondering.
And lookouts are put on alert.
Unfortunately, the heavy rains that triggered the lahars were not yet loaded with sediment when they passed this watch point.
Consequently, the lookouts radio that nothing but floodwater is coming down the mountain. But as the water runs down the channel, it erodes a lot of loose material, bulking up the lahar into a mixture estimated at 80% sediment and only 20% water.
80% sediment? Dude, that would... Imagine drowning in that. Ugh.
The larger the percentage of sediment, the faster it will out.
Thursday. Yeah, we have a few people that are wanting to do tickets on Friday. Friday is most people's paydays. So today is Wednesday, right? Yeah, today is Wednesday. So, yeah, tomorrow. We'll probably do the drawing for it this weekend. There's only 10 spots available, and then whenever they're claimed, there's no more available. So Thursday should be fine.
Powerful lahar. It strikes with incredible force.
Looks like cement. That literally looks like waves of cement.
It was making this noise, this sound, just like from paging horses. It was coming closer. Suddenly, it invaded our parish church. The second floor of my rectory where I live was buried, and I climbed on top of the bell tower. The lahar still kept coming. You can actually hear the lahar still rising. burying the second floors of most houses. You can hear people screaming. It was very dark. You can't see a thing.
Definitely, Matt. I appreciate you.
The Lahar kills dozens and buries the entire town of Baccalor.
Literally buries it.
Like cement, the remains of the Lahar dry quickly and turn rock hard.
Whoa.
Today, the entire village is built on top of the dried out Lahar.
That's wild.
Eerie reminders of the devastation are everywhere.
I wonder if you can like cut open I wonder if anybody cut into the roofs and then like dug out the houses again and used the walls as support already there, you know? You know what I mean? So cut open the roof, make a door, or like a latch to the door, dig out the buried house, and reinforce the wall a little bit, but there's already a wall there, it's just buried in sediment, so you'd have a partially underground building. That's what I would do.
Including Father Ness's church, where a new floor had to be built over 7 meters of mud.
A new floor?
Since 1991, thousands of Lahars have killed nearly 400 people and destroyed more than 42,000 homes. But scientists fear that Pinatubo is still not finished. On top of the mountain, a new threat is forming. Not magma, but years of heavy rainfall that have created a giant lake in the volcano's caldera. It breached its banks in 2002, generating a massive lahar. Geologists are concerned about a huge fault that runs through the area.
The rocks weakened by the fall are more easily eroded, and the walls of the channel are very steep, and so landslides would fall and
dang it, I knew that was going to happen.
And cause the
That's okay. We can still
and then spontaneously flush out in large amounts. That would generate new.
Yeah, I was going to say that's too thin.
The lake contains 100 million cubic meters of water.
So that's the problem we're going to run into, is how thin we're making these. So, Matt, I suggest we don't do them thin. Because, here, look, I'll show you, for example. Just so we... Here. I need to see what we're looking at. Okay. I was aiming for thicker than this, obviously. And got pretty damn close. This is the glass. And even just that much force that I put on it shattered it. So I think that would be kind of sketchy to put in your face, if we're going to be completely honest. So, solid ones, I think, will be the way to go on that. What do you think? Because that was not much pressure at all. I was just putting enough pressure to try and score it and then snap it, but even trying to snap it would have shattered it like that. Yeah, look, it's exactly the same. I got it pretty much. I got it size for size with the ones I was going for. Oops. Yeah, that was way too thin. Yeah, solid is going to be a lot safer. So with solid, you'll be able to fucking bounce these things off the ground too. You don't have to worry about them near as much as if it's this. If we did this and you dropped them, they would break. That's for sure. That was good experiment, at least. We'll do solid blue, which is still a really cool color. And we're gonna go with this size and shape. More of a flare. Come on. Okay.
6,000 people live below it. All would be threatened by a major lahar. To date,
9 minutes till 4:20.
lahars have affected almost 2 million people. For the battered but resilient residents of Luzon, Pinatubo is a constant threat. For scientists, it's an ongoing spectacle.
In geological training, we are accustomed to thinking in terms of small events repeated over millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of years.
Before you renew Amazon Prime, watch this. Look, I love Amazon Prime. Free 2-day shipping is great. And like everyone else, I enjoy not knowing how much it actually costs. Well, guess what? It isn't free to move items from one location to another, and that cost gets baked into the price you pay.
The price you pay.
But here we see events happening within a day. A huge amount of pyroclastic material, a huge hole developed over a matter of hours or days. And that to me is very fascinating.
The devastating byproducts of the Pinatubo eruption had long-term effects that killed hundreds, effects that continue to this day. But a mega eruption, one that volcanologists are said coming to happen, could threaten millions. The VEI-6 eruption of Mount Pinatubo and its after effects killed more than 700, sent a huge ash and gas cloud around the globe, and lowered the Earth's surface temperature. If we were to experience the VEI-7 super eruption, it would be 10 times larger. It would destroy all life for thousands of kilometers. It would drastically change the Earth's climate, and scientists say it will happen someday. Approximately 11 kilometers to the east is Mount Vesuvius. Its 79 AD eruption killed more than 20,000 in Pompeii and other villages. Since then, the volcano has erupted 50 times. Most recently in 1944. Vesuvius looms over Naples as a constant threat. But 50 kilometers to the west is a far less conspicuous, but potentially far more deadly volcano, Campi Flegrei. Campi Flegrei is an enormous 13-kilometer wide caldera with a series of craters scattered inside. 350,000 people actually live within the caldera walls. Since Campi Flegrei is not at all imposing volcano like Vesuvius, it attracts little attention. But volcanologists like Steve Self know the massive power it contains.
Here we are in the middle of a volcano that's got a remarkable history of eruptions since it was first formed about 35,000 years ago. This area has had repeated eruptions forming the craters like the one we're in. We're in a volcanic crater that still has steam vents acting and hissing, as you can hear behind us.
These steam vents reach temperatures of nearly 700 degrees. To a casual observer, that's impressive. But to experts, the vents, along with ground shifts, are ominous warning signs. An indicator of Campi Flegrei's power lies in deposits left by a massive eruption 35 to 40,000 years ago. It was 10,000 times larger than the 1991 Pinatubo eruption. These 80-meter tall cliffs in Sorrento, 30 kilometers from Campi Flegrei, are composed of volcanic material left from a super eruption. Volcanologist Giuseppe Mastrolorenzo knows they are geological proof that enormous pyroclastic flows swept through this entire area.
The pyroclastic flow moved this way as a turbulent cloud and then emplaced a mass that's causing the burying of all the area around Naples.
What scientists know about Campi Flegrei's past gives them a realistic model of what could happen in its future. The scenario begins with a massive disturbance somewhere within the vast caldera. A super eruption. More than 242 cubic kilometers of dust, gas and pumice hurtle into the air.
It would bury very large areas, the size of a major city or more, in thicknesses of ash that are hundreds of feet thick.
Enormous pyroclastic flows race from the volcano at near supersonic speeds. Buildings that are already buried by ash are knocked down by the force of the flows, or incinerated by 800-degree temperatures. The once proud city is completely annihilated. The death toll from the flows and ash is apocalyptic.
We can assume that in case of a super eruption, several million of people will be killed.
The casualties and destruction spread far beyond the immediate area. The eruption column rose to a staggering height of 50 kilometers. Heavy ashfall smothers towns near the caldera and spreads as far away as Rome, 225 kilometers away. The city is pelted with more than 20 centimeters of ash. Enough to cause roofs to collapse and kill thousands of people.
Check this out. This right here, this cannot be fake, right? And that actually represents just one vector.
Smaller amounts of ash fall across Eastern Europe and parts of Asia, but even small amounts of ash cause big problems.
Even a dusting of a few centimeters would create total disruption to transport systems, to water supplies, to things that we regularly rely on in our daily life. Enough to bury plants, enough to strip the branches and leaves off trees and things like that.
The enormous quantity of ash and sulfuric dioxide released by the volcano triggers a planet-wide condition, one affecting millions.
Atmospheric models are predicting that the temperature could drop several degrees centigrade, and this would affect weather for many years, 4 or 5 years, perhaps after a very large eruption. And temperatures would change, areas where crops would grow may not be able to grow those crops.
Huge areas of vegetation would die. Millions could starve to death. Ultimately, the entire planet and everyone on it would be dramatically affected.
If you consider the number of volcanoes, supervolcanoes around the world that could potentially produce super eruptions, recognizing the fact that there are probably several out there that we don't know about yet, we've still got a huge amount to learn about this scale of volcanism, then there's possibly something like a 1% chance that an eruption could happen in the next 100 years, which is quite high actually.
High enough for scientists to urge discussions of this type of disaster in the international community. Volcanologists know that there is no way to prevent an eruption. So they learn from the past and study the present in order to help mankind prepare for the future.
Alright, we got one done, I believe. And my idea for this is it's kind of a double-sided. It's got quite a big a bit flare, or not a big flare, but enough flare on there. Hang on. Slight adjustments. There we go. Alright. You can wear them two ways. In my mind, that's what's going on here. You can wear them two ways. So you can wear them either this side facing out or this side facing out. And then if you look at them from this direction, if you're looking at it that way, it looks really cool. I'll wait to take that off the handle until we do the other one to make sure they're exactly the same. What would be really cool is to do ones with opals. That would be very cool, but very expensive. Worth it though. Oh shit, wait, what happened?
Quakes, landslides, and volcanic eruptions.
As long as we have earthquakes on Earth and landslides, the various phenomena that create tsunamis, we're going to have tsunami
Oh
waves.
shit, we missed 420.
It's just a matter of time when the next one strikes.
That's okay, I was distracted.
Tsunamis are dramatically different from the typical waves that constantly sweep across the planet. They can travel faster than 800 kilometers per hour. They can stretch for thousands of square kilometers across the ocean's surface.
20 feet tall. Easy.
They strike with huge mass and terrifying velocity. The most common method of gauging their height is run-up, the wave's highest point of impact on land. Each tsunami profiled here has a higher run-up than the last. Over 100 major tsunamis have struck in the past 100 years, killing hundreds of thousands and destroying billions of dollars of property. But they are not the biggest tsunamis to strike the planet. Scientists have found startling evidence that even larger waves have occurred in the past, mega tsunamis.
These things have been described as culture-ending events.
Experts believe that a mega tsunami lies in the future. To understand its power, scale, and potential, we'll first investigate 5 of the most destructive tsunamis of the past 60 years. Each has its own character, each has its own story, each brings us closer to a mega disaster.
You got leaf in your hair?
Hawaii is a tropical paradise that attracts millions of tourists. But this Pacific island holds a dark secret. It's blasted by more tsunamis than almost anywhere else on the planet.
The Hawaiian Islands.
Should guys trim their balls? Like absolutely. Just trim it for manscaping. The
Cities they live in the middle of the Pacific Ocean are affected by tsunamis from all regions of the
What about
Pacific.
other people with balls?
The Ring of Fire is a volatile fracture zone surrounding the Pacific Ocean plate. 90% of the world's earthquakes occur here. Earthquakes are the most common cause of tsunamis, which is why Hawaii gets hit often and from all directions.
yeah,
tsunami struck here in 1837, 1868, 1877, 1923, 1946, 52.
And he just knows these off the top of his head.
This makes it the unofficial tsunami capital of the Pacific. 2:28 a.m., April 1st, 1946. A magnitude 8.1 earthquake rips through the Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska. A huge stretch of the ocean floor is uplifted, displacing the entire column of water above it. A massive pulse of energy propels a wall of water, a tsunami, towards Hawaii at nearly 800 kilometers per hour.
I like that music they have for it.
3,800 kilometers away, in the small seaside village of Laupahoehoe, children and teachers gather to prepare for the day's classes. Marsu McShane is one of the teachers.
We were in our cottages, and the Akionas who lived in that house that's no longer there knocked on our door and said, "Come see the tidal wave."
At first glance, it's deceptively innocent.
We looked over, and the wave, ocean sucked out, and then it came in a little bit warm, like emptying a bathtub, and sucked out again. And we said, "This is a tidal wave? I don't think much of that."
What Marsu doesn't know is that tsunamis are not single waves. They move forward in what's known as a tsunami train, a group of waves of many different sizes. First waves are seldom the largest, so what appears to be insignificant is actually the precursor to something much, much bigger.
And then it did it again. And this time, it went in further and sucked out more. And we thought, a twin tidal wave, how interesting and odd.
As the water recedes, an extraordinary 152 meters, Marsu and her roommates pose for a photograph. Marsu stands captivated while the third wave approaches.
Famous last words, I said, "I hope this will be a big one." It kept coming. And that was the first time we ever thought to be afraid.
As the tsunami approaches shore, it behaves like a giant train wreck. The front of the wave slows while the back continues to push. The wave's energy is compressed, forcing it to stand and lift out of the sea.
It'd be terrifying.
So we dropped the camera, ran inside. I can remember the water just crashed in the windows. The roof fell down.
The wave tosses Marsu like a rag doll, at first in towards the school, but then suddenly out towards the sea.
That'd be terrifying, getting washed out.
Marsu spends the next 9 hours clinging to debris before finally being rescued. She is the only lucky one.
Oh no.
All of her roommates perish.
Aww.
At the school, 16 children and 5 teachers are lost. But the tsunami is not finished with Hawaii. 37 kilometers south of Laupahoehoe, the sleepy trading town of Hilo Bay is also caught unawares. Here, the tsunami destroys nearly 500 homes and businesses, kills 96, and injures hundreds.
Descriptions of the 1946 tsunami were that it came across the breakwater with the greatest of ease, just overcame it, and then washed across town. Other people describe seeing boulders blasted out as the water surged across.
Walter Dudley is an oceanographer from the University of Hawaii in Hilo Bay. For more than 20 years, he studied tsunamis. One of his most significant findings is that their destructive power is caused not just by the wave itself, but also by what's underneath them.
Well, one of the things that makes them such an interesting phenomenon to study is that they are all different. And as they travel across the oceans, they're affected by the ocean floor along their tracks. So the waves are constantly being bent or refracted. And then as they come ashore, they are further altered.
No two pieces of coastline are the same. Each has its own unique undersea topography that affects the waves differently. In Hilo, it is the natural rounded shape of the bay.
You can think of a bathtub, and as little children get in the bathtub, they can slosh the water.
As soon as I clicked on some of these melodies, I got some ideas for beats. It's like that easy. Let's listen to some of these.
Back and forth. You can quickly find out that there's a speed at which the water will really move.
The first two waves to hit the bathtub-shaped Hilo Bay caused the water to slosh back and forth. When a third wave arrived, it combined with the sloshing water to produce a larger and more destructive wave.
It pretty much wiped out everything that was on the ocean side of town. In the main parts of downtown, it picked up the railway, and it twisted the railway rails into pretzels.
Into pretzels?
The third wave reached a run-up height of 9 meters. It destroyed most of the foreshore of Hilo Bay. But less than 15 years after the 46th disaster, Hawaii would again be hit by a deadly tsunami. A wave bigger than the last that would defy logic and bring Hilo to its knees once more. On May 22, 1960, the largest earthquake in recorded history ruptures the Earth's crust off the coast of Chile. 1,000 kilometers of the ocean floor is violently thrust up 20 meters, forming a monster tsunami. It's so huge and powerful that it crosses the entire Pacific Ocean, slamming into Hawaii on the way. This time, technology installed since the 1946 quake warns residents of Hilo Bay 5 hours in advance. But the warning falls on deaf ears.
For the preceding 12 years, about 3 out of 4 alarms have turned out to be small tsunamis. So instead of inspiring fear, let's get away from this potential disaster, I think it inspired curiosity. Because it is a fascinating phenomenon, let's go down and watch.
Although the civil defense were saying people evacuate, there were a lot of us, me included, that out of curiosity went down to look, to see what was going to happen.
Local real estate agent Al Inouye and many others assume that because this wave is coming from the southeast and Hilo faces the north, the bay will be spared. They are wrong. Just after midnight, the first wave strikes.
You would hear people yelling and screaming behind me that were being caught in waves. That was an experience because, and it still stays in my mind, all the screaming and yelling, and I couldn't do anything about it. It sounded like
I'm gonna try this one. I'm gonna pull this one again.
Rushing down a track. I mean, it was really a roar, and you can hear the crashing of houses against each other. It's hard to describe. It was just a sound that you don't want to hear it. I mean, it was horrible.
Dawn breaks on a nightmare. 61 people are dead and more than 700 buildings destroyed or severely damaged. The 1960 tsunami took locals and experts by surprise. After thorough study, scientists discovered a remarkable aspect of the tsunami. As the wave reached the shallow water off the southeast coast of the island, the middle of the wave slowed, while the outside of the wave kept moving, causing the wave to wrap around the island.
And then slap it on the other side.
Just as in 1946, the natural shape of the bay added to the tsunami's destructive power. This time, the largest wave had a run-up height of 10.5 meters, 1.5 meters higher than in 1946.
But Hawaii wasn't the only location struck by the monster tsunami. It roared thousands of kilometers across the Pacific, striking virtually every coast, including Japan, where 122 people died.
Tsunamis have an incredible amount of energy, and as they travel across the ocean, they use up very, very little of that. It's when they come ashore that all that energy is unleashed.
The 1946 and 1960 tsunamis gave scientists new insights into the complex behavior and ocean-crossing power of these giant waves. But when a local tsunami hits Japan, it strikes with larger and more powerful waves than the 46 and 60 Hawaiian tsunamis combined. And there's no time to evacuate. And later, a tsunami that combined sudden impact with awesome size, a mega disaster. The 1946 and 1960 Hawaiian tsunamis had run-up heights of 9 and 10.5 meters. Shaped and intensified by the ocean floor and coastline, they smashed the island communities with unexpected force. But there's another tsunami hotspot where a larger and more deadly wave struck without warning. Second only to Hawaii, Japan is the most tsunami-prone location in the Pacific. The Japanese have been hit so many times by these giant waves that they created the word tsunami, meaning power wave, to describe these terrifying events. These waves can come from as far away as Chile or as close as 80 kilometers offshore. The locally generated tsunamis pose the greatest danger. They strike within minutes of being formed and with awesome power. 10:17 p.m., July 12, 1993. A magnitude 7.8 earthquake rips the ocean floor off the coast of Hokkaido. The epicenter is only 80 kilometers from the tiny island of Okushiri and generates one of the biggest and most destructive tsunamis Japan has ever experienced. Fisherman Jiro Adachi from the village of Aonai knows about tsunamis. He survived one 10 years earlier that also hit Okushiri. When Jiro feels the earthquake, he knows a tsunami is probable. He evacuates his wife and children from their seaside home, sending them to higher ground in the car while he shuts off the gas. He moves swiftly, but not swiftly enough. Just 4 minutes after the quake, the first wave hits him with overwhelming force as it surges to an incredible 15 meters.
It started to pull me back into the sea. I held on to something and thought that I must run to the mountain.
Somehow, Jiro manages to find firm ground. He flees to the safety of a nearby hill. In a few terrifying minutes, the tsunami destroys 80 houses and fishing shacks. But the danger is not over. Out of the darkness, a second wave strikes. Homes, boats, cars and trucks, spared by the first wave, are smashed to pieces. Fires erupt as gas pipes burst. Aonai is besieged. Jiro and other survivors rush to the waterfront to help the injured.
We heard people shouting for help. They were calling, "Help me, help me." I had a lot of voices, women's voices and children's voices.
Suddenly, amidst the cries for help, Jiro hears something that chills his heart.
Suddenly I heard a familiar voice between wavelengths, so I shouted, "Achin, is that you, Achin?" Then I heard, "Daddy." I heard that from the darkness.
His young daughter is somewhere in the raging sea. As Jiro's family fled, the tsunami's first wave rolled their car and hurled them into the ocean. Jiro dives into the turbulent waters.
Normally I'm a great swimmer, but this was incredibly difficult. Sometimes I was swimming but I couldn't move forward at all. And other times I'd suddenly be pulled backwards by the sea.
Miraculously, father and daughter make it to shore. 7 hours later, the Coast Guard finds Jiro's wife and son kilometers out to sea, clinging to debris. As dawn breaks, the tsunami's power becomes horrifically clear. Large parts of our Earth are completely flattened. Fires continue to rage, and most of the fishing fleet is lost. Across the island, 437 houses are destroyed, and more than 800 severely damaged. 198 people are dead. The aftermath of the disaster confronts scientists with an intriguing mystery. The two waves that hit Aonai came from completely different directions.
The first wave of the tsunami came from the west area where the seismic centre was, but it attacked only the low part in the south area of Aonai.
But the second wave came from the east, away from the tsunami's source.
The second wave came in just 10 minutes after the first, and it attacked all of this area of Aonai.
The first wave that hit the west coast of Okushiri came directly from the source. But then, just like in Hawaii, the tsunami wrapped around the island, creating a second wave that struck Aonai from the opposite direction. But the wraparound effect does not explain why the tsunami hit Okushiri with such brutal force. The reason is the extreme proximity of the event which created the tsunami. After a tsunami is generated, it radiates out like ripples on a pond. As the ripples expand wider and wider, the energy spreads out over a larger area. The closer the source of the tsunami is to the impact zone, the more concentrated the energy. Okushiri was only 80 kilometers from the source, so it received the full brunt of the tsunami.
We're getting there.
Just north of Aonai, the waves reached a staggering 31 meters. Today, the legacy of the 1993 tsunami is set in concrete. Huge walls up to 11 meters high and extending 14 kilometers along the coast stand guard against the sea. Powerful steel gates protect river mouths, and the harbour is bolstered by concrete blocks to reduce wave impact. These ramparts against the waves are stronger than normal sea walls for good reason. The forces they must withstand are utterly different. Normal waves form through the transfer of energy from the wind to the ocean surface. Tsunamis are generated by phenomenal transfers of energy. Even the largest wind waves have a maximum wavelength from crest to crest of a few hundred meters. Tsunamis can have wavelengths of hundreds of kilometers. When they hit, they keep coming and coming. In a unique experiment, scientists in Japan are measuring the impact of those forces. At this lab in Kanagawa, engineers are using the largest man-made tsunami in the world to help design stronger coastal structures. This machine can generate waves more than 3 meters high, propelling 300 cubic meters of water down a 180-meter long chute.
The best thing is to know the characteristics of the power of tsunami in each situation and build buildings according to those characteristics.
Taro Arikawa leads a team that measures the power of tsunamis under controlled conditions.
There we go.
This tsunami is only 2/3 of a meter high, but it strikes with 1 ton per square meter of power. To demonstrate what that kind of power can do, Arikawa puts himself in the wave's line of fire. Without the rope and harness, he'd be swept away by this miniature tsunami.
Major tsunamis are even more powerful. This 2.4 meter wave hits with a force of 10 tons per square meter. Even after the initial impact, it continues to surge forward with a sustained pressure of 4 tons per square meter. The tsunami in Fukushima is much higher and hundreds of times more powerful. Scientists here believe their studies will translate into stronger and better engineered structures, capable of withstanding tsunami strikes.
Definitely, Matt. We're almost there.
Once we can reduce
we almost have it.
The reduced destructive power of tsunami coming ashore will not cause as much damage.
The Okushiri event shows how destructive a local tsunami can be. It strikes with undiluted power and too quickly to respond. But that disaster was eclipsed by a far bigger and more deadly tsunami. A wave generated by an earthquake so powerful it moved the entire planet. A wave that takes us one step closer to a mega disaster. The tsunami that hit Okushiri, Japan, came from just 80 kilometers away and reached a run-up height of 31 meters. It killed 198 people and destroyed most of the fishing village of Aonai. But it pales in comparison to the deadliest tsunami of modern times. AM, December 26, 2004. Deep in the ocean off the coast of Sumatra, Indonesia, 1,200 kilometers of the Earth's crust ruptures at the second largest earthquake ever recorded. The 9.3 quake shatters buildings and destroys lives. But it is just a forerunner of an even more horrific disaster. An epic tsunami spreads across the entire Indian Ocean, striking 12 countries. As with Okushiri, Japan, the local effects are the most immediate and the most devastating. 16 minutes after the quake and 250 kilometers from its epicenter, northern Sumatra is struck by 35-meter-high waves. The capital city of Banda Aceh is decimated. More than 160,000 people are killed. Coastal engineer Jose Borrero arrived in Banda Aceh 4 days behind the tsunami.
I've seen hurricane damage, and I've seen some flood damage before, and I've seen a lot of tsunamis after effects before also. But this definitely was the worst. What was amazing about it was the scale.
70% of all buildings in Banda Aceh are flattened. More than 70 kilometers of coastline show evidence of wave heights above 30 meters.
It was a level of destruction that was, over hundreds of miles of the coastline, the same level of destruction. So it wasn't just isolated pockets of areas that were wiped out, but the entire coast and then the entire city of Banda Aceh.
An hour and a half after Banda Aceh is leveled, the tsunami strikes Thailand. A wall of water swamps beachside villas, hotels, and villages.
That wave is a good 15-20 feet tall. Easy.
More than 8,000 people die. 2,000 kilometers to the west, on the island nation of Sri Lanka, 100 billion tons of water surges inland, killing 35,000 people and leaving another 500,000 homeless.
This one on the left is a little bit longer. This one's a little bit longer, so I need to add a little bit of glass to it.
The most devastating tsunami in recorded history. The death toll higher than for all other major tsunamis in the past 300 years combined. The power of the earthquake.
No, I need to take some glass off this one.
the entire planet's sea level rose by 1/10 of a millimeter, every spot on Earth moved at least 1 centimeter. As scientists struggle to comprehend the enormity of the event, a bizarre anomaly comes to light, one that took an additional tragic toll.
Definitely, Matt. I appreciate your support. Cool that you're hanging out here with me as well.
Is quietly dawning on the peaceful shores
We'll hang out until we finish those. We're almost done
British
with them.
tourists Camilla and Dominic Wilby are sleeping in
I'm
their
running to the bathroom
beachside
again real quick,
bungalow with their 11-year-old son Hector. Suddenly, Dominic is wakened by a strange noise.
I went outside onto the veranda and I noticed that the water, which should have been at low tide, was up against the wall of the garden.
What Dominic is seeing, without realizing it, is the first sign of the tsunami. At the point of its creation, the bottom of the tsunami, called the negative wave, went east towards Thailand and Indonesia, while the top, called the positive wave, went west towards Sri Lanka. When the bottom of a wave arrives first, gravity sucks the water out, lowering the sea level. When the top of a wave arrives first, it comes like a flood. This is what the Welbys are experiencing.
I didn't know what it was. And at that moment, the floor exploded.
The tsunami rushes in, destroying the bungalow.
The force of the water was phenomenal. You know, to be exploded out of your bed, you know, to feel a piece of furniture just be thrown up into the air, and to be thrown off it, and to have to jump, it's just very weird.
No, you don't want to go outside,
and to then
Marlene.
be sucked out and tossed round like being in a washing machine.
The couple grab their son and scramble into the bathroom.
With each wave, with the intensity of each wave, it would fill up the shower cubicle completely. We would be swirling around underwater, trying to, regain our purchase on whatever we could find.
As the waves continue to pound,
Scratch the
concrete
fucking
walls
mole
of the
on my
bathroom
back.
begin to crumble. Hector is trapped under a large piece of concrete, struggling to keep his head above water.
The idea of your child dying before you it's nothing worse.
A third wave surges over Hector's head. He's seconds from death. But instead of drowning him, miraculously it lifts the concrete slab off his foot and releases him.
Lucy been drinking too much water.
So much death in this one instance.
You drinking lots of water, Lucy? Good girl, you need lots of water.
But mostly, the peculiar behavior of tsunami waves proves deadly. Surging forward and sucking back, billions of tons of swift-moving water carry a dangerous mass of deadly projectiles.
I think one of the, is that in here? Yeah. Just a little warm in there, because I closed the door. Fucking dick and balls up and down the street. My ankles are taking a beating. A beating tonight. Now, setting up a fan real quick. Setting up a fan. I hit my ankle right where I skinned it a while back. Or what did I do? Did I burn it? No. Oh, I hit it when I was moving all the fucking branches from the back, the big logs and shit. Now I have just an open, not an open spot, but a very sensitive spot on my ankle. That's just like nerve endings. Alright, there. I have a fan set up into that room now.
Broken timber, glass, metal, and vehicles. The third wave turned Gaul into one of the hardest hit areas of the nation. As the people of Sri Lanka struggle to recover, tsunami scientists like James Goff arrive at the devastated nation.
One of the really difficult things when you go into these areas is you are going there because you have a mission to learn about the tsunami from a scientific point of view. It's very important to learn these things, and yet there is the human tragedy going on around you, and it's very difficult to isolate yourself from that human tragedy.
Amidst the horror, Goff and his colleagues discover the oddity of the third wave.
So that's what we're like sitting there recovering.
It's always the ankles. There's no protection on them.
How and why the Gaul area was hit by this third wave intrigued experts. Where did it come from?
Where did it come from? Where did it go?
The first clue in the mystery was uncovered by looking at a global map. Sri Lanka is directly in the line of fire of the tsunami.
Sri Lanka was basically staring down the barrel of a loaded gun in a wave.
The second clue came only after careful analysis of the tsunami's unique behavior.
So the tsunami wave goes all the way past Sri Lanka, heading off to the east coast.
Sri Lanka.
But on the way, whack, it hits into the Maldives, and a lot of the energy is reflected back from the Maldives. The first place that hits is Gaul.
The tsunami was so powerful, its reflected energy carried a third wave 800 kilometers back across the Indian Ocean. In total, over 4,000 people died in the Gaul region. The tragedy confirmed scientists' theories about the phenomenal reflective power of tsunamis. The Indian Ocean tsunami continues to provide scientists with complex and compelling new data, most of which is still being processed.
It's really difficult to say right now what the Boxing Day tsunami taught us compared to what we didn't know before, because it's taught us so much. It taught us that we actually don't know a lot, and that we have a lot more to learn.
What the Welbies learned is that life is fleeting and precious. In appreciation for their survival and in recognition of the thousands that did not, they spearheaded a fundraising effort back home in England. To date, they've raised $25,000 for the people of Gaul. Many mysteries about the Indian Ocean tsunami remain unanswered. One of the biggest questions is how the highest waves could possibly have reached a staggering run-up height of 35 meters. Far beyond what had been thought physically possible by an earthquake-triggered tsunami. But as huge as that tsunami was, it is not the biggest wave to strike in recent history. Landslides can trigger a different kind of killer wave, producing a tsunami of monstrous size. And scientists believe a mega tsunami looms in our future, a wave of such epic proportions that nothing like it has been seen since prehistoric times. The 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami unleashed a series of enormous and deadly waves that had run-ups of 35 meters. But they are dwarfed by another wave that forced scientists to become detectives. What they discovered was a new kind of tsunami, one of unimaginable size and power.
I'm a perfectionist if you haven't noticed.
The beast that shakes the ocean and destroys those who walk its shores. In 1958, a local fisherman came face to face with that beast. A mysterious wave more than twice the height of the Golden Gate Bridge. The story of this incredible phenomenon began 5 years earlier with two American geologists on assignment in remote Lituya Bay, Alaska.
mapping the geology and primarily interested in the stratigraphy because of the oil potential of that part of it.
If you included it in PayPal, I'll have it already, but if not, shoot me a message on Instagram with your address.
George Plea was one of the scientists.
One of the obvious things you see when you're in that bay and you're looking closely is that the trees are of different ages as you go away from the shoreline.
Plea and his colleague noticed that a band of younger trees circled the entire bay hundreds of meters above the water. The scientists knew this dramatic change in vegetation meant a large-scale disaster had struck the area. But they saw no evidence of fire or avalanches.
And so we speculated about what it could be and had all kinds of ideas about glaciers shoving forward very rapidly. The other was that there were submarine slides going on in some of the deltas along the margin of the bay, or that there was breakouts of large amounts of water up higher along the glaciers when they flood down.
Okay, now they're perfect.
We had everything except the right way.
Now they're literally
how those waves could form.
Exactly the same.
The geologists left Lituya Bay without solving their mystery. 5 years later, they got their answer. In 1958, Howard Ulrich takes his 8-year-old son, Howard Jr., on a fishing trip to Lituya Bay.
Alright, we're almost there.
So we went into our favorite anchoring spot and dropped our anchor and made
Yeah, it's warm
supper.
in here. I need to make sure
Landed
to
about
not close this door
9
all the way
o'clock.
when the oxygen machine turns on.
We went to our bunks.
An hour later, the boat starts shaking violently. An 8.3 earthquake centered 21 kilometers from Lituya Bay rips across the water. Howard and his son rush up on deck just in time to see the most amazing sight of their lives.
It looked like a big explosion. Like you see big explosions in the water on TV. That's exactly what it looked like.
What happens next defies the imagination.
Yeah, excited about those.
Spray started to settle down. Out of the bottom of it came this huge wave. I would say that the wave was close to 1,000 feet high at that time.
Manscaping has come a long way in the past few years. That's why Manscaped created
It disconnects every now and then, I think.
for the modern man, the Platinum Package, suitable for men who prefer a trim, a close shave, or anything in between. First up, the Lawnmower 4.0, your all-in-one solution.
The actual wave.
Traveling at an estimated 112 kilometers per hour, the liquid mountain is charging straight for Howard.
I really like this new lighter that I have over here.
Coal black and full of logs, just straight up and down.
Is this refillable?
Actually a pretty horrifying
It's
looking
not.
sight.
I'm pretty sure this is the one where the flint is replaceable.
This is the end. No way you're going to get out of this.
In a desperate attempt to keep control of his boat, Howard turns on his engine and drives directly into the beast.
Okay.
Started pulling all
These
the
are exactly the same. I'm going to take them off the handle now.
The chain, I thought it was going to pull the bow of the boat under, but it snapped that chain just like it wasn't even there.
The giant wave lifts the tiny boat high into the air.
I looked out over the stern of the boat, and we were looking down on the trees, and I figured that's where
Little spot.
we were going to end up.
Touching up.
Unbelievably, their boat rides up and over the wave, and the Ulriches land back in the bay unharmed. 2 other vessels and their 4 occupants are not as lucky. This incredible footage was filmed the next day. Everything in the wave's path is destroyed. No trees are left standing, and most soil is ripped off down to bedrock.
The run-up height of 1,740 feet is the world record, I think, for anything that's happened in historic time. And it was, 500 feet higher than the Empire State Building. That's pretty big.
The earthquake felt by Howard triggered a massive rock slide, sending 30 million cubic meters of mountain hurtling into Lituya Bay.
The debris slammed into the water, creating the giant wave.
It just swooped down a very steep slope and ran out into the fjord and basically forced all the water out of that little arm in front of the glacier and shot it up over the ridge that was on the other side.
One mystery remained. The amount of water displaced exceeded the amount of land that fell into the bay. It took 42 years to solve this mystery. Scientific models determined that the rapidly moving landslide created an air pocket behind the wave, preventing the water from sloshing back. The force of the air pocket combined with the size and weight of the landslide shot the water out of the bay like a missile.
It would be the same as if you took a paddle and ran it down and pushed it into the water full speed at a high velocity. Just push all the water right out.
The effects of the giant Lituya Bay wave remain clearly visible today. The event rewrote the history books and changed our understanding of
I need to make myself a pair now. I've never done these before. I'll make sure they fit in my ears when they cool down. Emphasis on when they cool down.
Lituya Bay's desolate location limited the damage caused by the giant tsunami.
Oh, hi, Marley.
But should an even bigger landslide-generated wave strike a major city, the result will be a mega disaster.
We'll end the stream after...
In 1958,
just
a
kidding.
landslide-generated tsunami taller than the Empire State Building obliterated an Alaskan inlet.
We'll end the stream in like 10 minutes.
We'll
hang out for a little bit longer.
Of nature's power.
Oh yeah, I was gonna wash this out. I'm gonna wash this out real quick. There's
But across the Pacific
fruit on the
Ocean on the
inside.
gentle slopes of Oahu, Hawaii, scientists have uncovered evidence of a potential disaster that would dwarf the Indian Ocean and Lituya Bay tsunamis combined.
It's almost incomprehensible, the scale, the enormity of these things. It would be quite a view.
Gerard Fryer is a geophysicist from the University of Hawaii. He uses advanced computer modeling and field data to forecast tsunamis. His research has uncovered a potential wave so big that even the best laid evacuation plans may not be enough.
These things have been described as culture-ending events. The state would essentially be knocked back to the Stone Age.
This mega tsunami would combine the dizzying height of a landslide-triggered wave with a tsunami that strikes a densely populated landmass. In this case, Hawaii. On the island of Oahu, locals and tourists alike flock to the sea, soaking in the perfect climate and idyllic lifestyle of one of the most iconic coastlines on the planet. But in our scenario, everyone is oblivious to the fact that less than 480 kilometers to the east, a disaster of biblical proportions is about to strike.
Thank you again, Matt. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to make that.
Of the world's largest volcano, Mauna Loa, on the big island of Hawaii.
Mauna Loa.
In case of Mauna Loa, and that's the 800.
He said that's so white. Mauna Loa.
To worry about.
In case of Mauna Loa.
As Mauna Loa is preparing for eruption, the southwest rift zone of Mauna Loa inflates with magma. The entire mountain swells, which means that the upper slopes get steeper. There are probably a succession of small earthquakes, and then maybe a big earthquake that shakes loose this very steep...
It's funny because I was just watching the movie This Is the End. The one with Seth Rogen, James Franco, and all of them, Jonah Hill, everyone. And it talks about earthquakes and the earth opening up and everything we're watching right now. I was watching that right before this, which is funny.
Back of the volcano.
Almost 1,500.
Matt, also, we if you subscribe to the channel, if you click the ordained option, which is $5.99, you get entered into all the giveaways that we've got going. We will end up doing a 100-member giveaway, but we also have the raffle for this one, and this raffle is active right now as well. It's $10 a spot for this lava lamp. 42 spots available. I believe there are 20 left. So $10. There's two raffles going right now, and then we have a big giveaway whenever we hit 100 members. And that's the ordained level membership, not the pawn.
The earth and rock plummet into the sea.
Plummet into the sea.
On impact, the land displaces a massive amount of water. The ocean rushes back to fill the giant gap. From this cataclysmic disturbance emerges the tsunami, heading directly for Honolulu. Estimated time to impact, 30 minutes.
This is the direction that a big tsunami would come from the Big Island.
The wave first becomes visible.
Yeah, let me know for sure.
And breaks on a shallow bank, 40 kilometers southeast of.
You can buy multiple spots for any of them too. So if you're a gambling person, then yeah, you can buy multiple spots for either of those. There's only 10 spots available for the Halloween one. Here's these a little bit closer. And then, like I said, whichever one the winner ends up choosing will have the skull bowl go along with it. I really like this one. It's almost October.
You'd see the sea rear up in front of you. It would be huge.
That would be terrifying.
The size of a building, the size of a 10-story building.
Surging inland at up to 70 kilometers per hour, the tsunami slams on Honolulu.
Yeah, we got lots of stuff. We always got giveaways and raffles going, and auctions on Instagram. There's always auctions on Instagram. Oh, hello,
because the
Lucy.
tsunami's energy stretches down to the ocean floor, this wave is not clean water. It's filled with sand, coral, and rock. Water penetrates 16 kilometers inland before being sucked back out to sea in a lethal maelstrom of wreckage.
Got about 7 minutes left in our stream. Y'all get that background
It annihilates
noise ready
and everything
for swapping out with this one.
These giant landslides, as far as we can tell, they seem to occur during periods of high sea level when the climate is warm. Quite why that is, we don't know. But we are in a warm period right now with high sea level. So we should expect something like this within the next 10 or 20,000 years.
As the unofficial tsunami capital of the Pacific, Hawaii is preparing for the future. Scientists continue to develop a global network of warning systems based on real-time seismic analysis and deep-sea wave sensors. Alarms will sound as soon as 90 seconds after the initiation of even a small tsunami.
I didn't think I had transferred the money yet.
Tsunamis are global-sized events with global ramifications.
Oh, I guess I did transfer the money.
They combine the almost
From earlier.
power of the Earth with the gargantuan might of the
Was that just a person?
They are a humbling reminder of the transience of man and the awesome strength of nature.
Goddamn.
While scientists learn more about tsunamis, engineers build stronger coastal barriers, and experts implement improved warning systems, individual vigilance remains essential.
Individual vigilance.
And you
see the water withdrawing, strangely, curiosity shouldn't compel you to go down and see what's going to happen next. The alarm bell should be going off.
Quite literally, most of the time, there's alarm bells.
Have embedded in our culture, in our knowledge base, and in our education, so that we know what to do when the next tsunami happens. Not if, it's when. It's something we need to learn to live with.
Okay, I look like Donald Trump's son.
As we continue to have the phenomena that create these giant waves, we will continue to have tsunamis. It's just a matter of time before the next one strikes.
Before the next one strikes. Oh, good timing. Alright, friends, we're going to go ahead and end it there. We will be back in the same time, in the same place. Matt, I will send you pictures. Matt, message me on Instagram. Message me your address if you have not already, so I can send you pictures on Instagram as well of what those look like all cooled down, and in my ears as well. And like I said, I'll be sure to clean them before I send them. Alright, friends, I appreciate y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Again, we will be back in the same time, in the same place, midnight central, later tonight. I appreciate y'all. Lucy says, thank you for being here. Yes, good Lucy. Oh. No? Okay. Alrighty, y'all. Until next time, I appreciate